State's into the group because they play an SEC team. Georgia's only got 3 games against ranked teams left in their schedule. Ohio State and Iowa each have 2. Now, here's where a couple of playoff contenders feel pretty good. Oregon and Oklahoma each have 1 on their schedule. And then there's Clemson.
It's 0 if I had to guess.
It is 0.
Yeah.
It is 0.
I don't know if Clemson's got anybody even close. I'm going to pull up the coaches poll. I mean, others receiving votes: Central Florida, TCU, Liberty, Michigan State, USC, Indiana, LSU, Kansas State, Nevada, Oklahoma State, Texas, Maryland, Pitt. Yeah. Was Clemson play Pitt?
So
that's the closest one they're getting 13 votes.
Is BC not receiving any votes yet?
Boston College is getting 8.
Okay.
So Pitt and Boston College are a long way out of this
I think
poll.
BC's good.
I do too.
And I mean,
but it just shows you the path. Like, Auburn fans, Pistachio earlier saying, boy, if Bo gets it right and they win this weekend, it could be 2004 or 2013 all over again. Well, I mean, you're going to get, not only this weekend, you'll get 5 more cracks at having impressive wins as well. And yes, you could get that type of year going. But boy, the challenge of the schedules that Auburn, Alabama, Arkansas, A&M, Ole Miss have to play is monumental compared to Oregon and Oklahoma.
Well, that's what. I mean, if you look at if Oregon, Oklahoma, even Clemson and Ohio State had the same schedule as Auburn, they're probably at least 2 losses, maybe 3 this year.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. And, I was looking at somebody for the Auburn schedule that might sneak in. I don't think Mississippi State could sneak in this poll. I mean, they're going to have to beat Texas A&M to do it. I think State's got a tricky game this week against Memphis. But I think they can be 4-0 going into that Texas A&M game. I was just seeing if there might be anybody else. It's hard enough for Auburn already. Anybody else that might sneak in that polling. Keep in mind, LSU was unranked. That was a game in the preseason you thought would at least be a ranked game, right? For Auburn. And LSU's unranked right now. Now, they could sneak back in.
I don't know if they'll be able to sneak back in. Especially losing John Emery. That's the word today. John Emery out academic for the rest of the year. That from LSU. Haynes King, the Texas A&M quarterback, out into mid-October from Matt Zenitz on 3 Sports. And then Nick Saban saying Will Anderson likely have the day off, but more encouraged now today than he was on Saturday. Made it sound like it's day-to-day and a chance that he could play in Gainesville this week.
I mean, it depends on if you think LSU at 3-1 gets back in. They are at Mississippi State the week before they play Auburn. They'll beat Central Michigan this week. If they beat Mississippi State on the road, that doesn't get back.
I think Central Michigan could be tricky for them.
Are you kidding me?
Based on the way Central Michigan moved the ball against Missouri, and Central Michigan's got McElwain back.
Now Lance said, we got to give him credit. Toledo was going to be a tough game for
Notre Dame,
and Toledo took Notre Dame to the absolute wire.
Well, those are the 2 best teams in the MAC, Central Michigan and Toledo.
That was my favorite moment, them popping Jack Cohn's finger back into location, him going out on throwing hand and throwing the touchdown pass on the very next play. Final few seconds of the show. Mario Cristobal now, by the way, 3-0 against the Big Ten with wins over Ohio State this past weekend, Wisconsin in the Rose Bowl last year, and Michigan State. So he is now 3-0 in the Big Ten. Big win for Oregon, big win for Iowa, big win for Jacksonville State. Brown supported the school all day long with his Adidas pullover.
Big C, little O, CKS.
Yeah, good time. Looking forward to week 3. We'll continue our conversation on college football in the National Football League. Don't forget Josh Jacobs, the Alabama running back, listed as questionable tonight as we get a little Monday Night Football. Ravens and Raiders, 7:15. That one on ESPN. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
The choice you made, I promise not to be afraid and let others decide what's best for you. You broke, yeah. Now you won, yeah. You broke, yeah. Now you won, yeah. So long, good friend. This is the end. I know it's harder than before.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Tuesday show live now. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester all with you. Phone calls throughout. If you want to play AD for the Southern California Trojans, you can do that on the show today. 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. Always at Next Round Live on Twitter. And in the chat room as you watch on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, and Facebook Live. Thanks for everyone jumping in. Roger in Tallahassee, Florida this morning. Roger, hold on. You may be following in USC's footsteps. We'll get to that opening out in SoCal, but we start with the last thing we saw before we came in live. That was last night, Monday Night Football. And just from the presentation point, I'm interested to know, did you watch the main broadcast or did you watch Peyton and Eli? Because rave reviews for the Manning brothers and how they presented the broadcast last night.
I had planned on watching the Manning brothers the entire time because I think I told you guys, as long as it's not a Rams game, I'm all in. And I'll be interested to see any Ravens/Raiders fans that watched the game and how they watched it. Because that's as entertaining as it was, I wouldn't want to watch my team like that if that makes any sense.
I feel the same way.
So, I sat back. I was at a local bar last night / restaurant, watched first quarter and a half. All they had on was the regular ESPN broadcast. Right when I got home, I put on the Manning brothers, and that's when Ray Lewis was on with them. And I watched it from that point, the entirety of the rest of the game through overtime. Highly entertained.
Yeah, I was 100% on the Manning brothers. Like, I went over in the pregame only to realize they still show the ESPN pregame all the way up until kick. So I thought something had gone wrong, and then
one of the Mannings have come down with something.
Yeah, and then ESPN sends out a tweet. They must have gotten a lot of that because they sent out a tweet alerting everyone that it will start at kick. So from kickoff to the end of the game, I'm 100% Mannings. They can improve it by giving you a little more Nat sound from the stadium.
Right.
I'd like a little more crowd noise, just to feel like the game is still going. They missed some plays early. They didn't really. I don't know that they were fully. I know they had done some run-throughs, but early on, like Peyton's doing some things, they miss plays. You can't miss a play. I don't want to miss a play for this. But as long as you give me a little more sound and the plays, that is spectacular. I'm with Lance. I wouldn't watch it for a Dolphin. When the Dolphins are on Monday night later this year, I'll watch the normal.
Yeah, my only criticism of it, Dunaway, is Peyton is so much better than Eli. Eli's just awkward. Very awkward.
Really? Because I thought he was better than I expected, actually.
I thought his dry sense of humor adds to Peyton so much.
And you know where they were the best was at the end when the Raiders looked like they were in complete disarray. And Eli's like, they're sending the offense back out? What are you doing? I mean, they actually got critical of coaches a little bit. And their insight into the game, it's just it's two of the smartest guys to ever play the game. And then you got Ray Lewis on, who's one of the best defensive players ever to play the game, just hearing the X's and O's.
And I like how candid they are, too. Brian Edwards finally shows up.
Where was he in the first half?
And that's what you got to have. A.U. Chase says, I think they're fine, but they need a moderator. I disagree with that.
No, that'll get in the way.
He agrees with LT. If it's my team, I would find it distracting. I enjoyed Charles Barkley on it, says A.U. Chase. Krusty says, first half, watch the regular guys. Second half, the Mannings. Much better in the second half. Brian Pope, obviously on Facebook today, with a little voice. They should use the Manning brothers and add Lewis, I believe, Riddick. Oh, he corrected on the second one.
Yeah. Rid that dick.
Yes, Riddick.
They did.
Yeah. I don't know. No, those guys are too serious. I don't want anything serious. I'm going to this to get away from the serious.
Yeah. Look, we want to be entertained by Monday Night Football, but again, I watch Rams games like you guys probably watch Lions, Dolphins, and Bucs games, and I could not handle the Manning brothers if I was in it for 3 hours of an important game.
I thought the best part was the sandwich story. Did you hear the sandwich story?
I did not. I recorded it and shuttled through it when I got home.
Must have been early.
It was pretty early.
Yeah.
So Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator, was an offensive coordinator for San Francisco when Peyton Manning was the free agent, right? And he was doing all the
recruiting
workouts.
tour. Yeah,
that's right, in the recruiting tour. So Manning tells the story about Greg Roman that when San Francisco worked him out, he did the workouts at Duke. If you remember, it was at Duke University with Coach Klatt, right? And he said after the workouts, we would do, these meetings and talk about everything. He goes, we would just go to the Cutcliffe's house. And he goes, of course, Miss Cutcliffe offers everyone, would you like a sandwich? And he goes, so we come in, we sit down, and we're in the kitchen, and she says, would you like a sandwich? And he says, Coach Cut says, no, honey, I'm all right. And he said, I said, no, Miss Cutcliffe, I'm good. Greg Roman says, no, I'm fine. And Jim Harbaugh says, I'd like a PB&J.
Yeah.
And she said, well, I haven't made one of those since the kids were at home. And he says, then Harbaugh goes, yeah, I'd like a PB&J.
Yeah. Get your ass on.
Yeah, I'd like one now. So that was the story, is that Jim Harbaugh orders a PB&J.
That's not surprising at
No,
all.
I mean, of all the coaches, I would have said, yeah, that was Jim Harbaugh.
Well, she was just being nice, and he's imposing. Yeah, typical.
PB&J.
I mean, I don't know if you heard the Harbaugh quote this weekend.
Which one?
He's
Jim?
just such a strange guy.
He is. He's an odd
talking
cat.
about they're not throwing the football. They passed for 44 yards. They ran for 350 against Washington. And you can do it two ways. Patton did it by land. Armstrong did it by air.
Today we chose by land. Manning broadcast was great, says Forrester in the back of the room there. He liked that as well. It's the way he's going to watch Monday Night Football from now on. A lot of you guys enjoyed that last night, and it was an entertaining game. It was sluggish to start with, not a lot of offense. Looked like the Ravens were going to run away with this. They led by 14 and then let it slip away as the Raiders win it in OT 33-27. And, boy, Derek Carr celebrating afterwards like he'd won the Super Bowl.
Well, it was a big win for Derek Carr, in front of that home crowd, first time they'd played in front of those fans. And Derek Carr, that career has just been such a wild ride. I mean, that was one of the things I will say that Peyton Manning did get wrong. Hey, when Carr's on, he's an elite quarterback. He's as good as any quarterback in the league. I don't agree with that. I think Carr is a middle-tier quarterback. I saw, Carr 3 or 4 years ago probably played his best football. Now, played really well in the fourth quarter last night.
But when anybody's on their A game, they move to near the top of the heap, right? Like Aaron Rodgers was the best. He was dead last this past weekend, right? Nobody was worse than Aaron Rodgers. So when he's on, I mean, we play those fantasy DraftKings games, those daily fantasy things. There's very little separation with the quarterbacks, it seemed like.
It just came across like he views him as one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL.
But when he's on, unfortunately for the Raiders, that's about 3 times a year.
Yeah, it's not a lot. But, back to the Ravens blowing that 14-point lead and a 7-point fourth quarter lead, the Raiders ended a 98-game regular season streak when they led by at least 14 points, going back to 2004. Their ability to run the football with a former MVP, those are games they just don't lose. And against what I deem was going to be an improved team with the Raiders, probably an 8-9 win team, still not a great team. Game that you need to win if you're the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt. You got to get that one home. You don't think your MVP level quarterback is going to fumble twice. I mean,
and that's what it came down to.
That's what it came down to, were the 2 fumbles. The one in overtime is the killer. You're driving to potentially get a game-winning field goal after one of the craziest turn of events you could ever see, and you fumble.
Yeah, and I hate to, Dunaway, put that game on Lamar Jackson, but you had the 2 fumbles, and you were 3 of 12 on third downs. He missed some throws last night.
Missed some open throws. Carl Nassib gets the strip there in overtime. But getting to overtime was a feat. Carr gets Daniel Carlson, the former Auburn kicker, lined up for a 55-yarder. And if you watched some of the great kickers over the weekend, 55 is not automatic.
No.
Anything inside 50 is automatic. Anything outside of 50, you get paid to make those, but that was a clutch kick.
I had a feeling he was going to make it. I
did
about
too.
You guys.
Well, because I wanted to go to bed. I mean, I hate it because I like Daniel Carlson, but I kind of wanted him to miss so I could go to bed.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had the Ravens minus 3.5, so I needed it to go to overtime. Ravens get the ball first, and hopefully they were going to score a touchdown. But the Manning brothers wanted them to run another play.
They did, yeah. You had 7 seconds, and they were both like, you got plenty of time to throw some to the sidelines and get out of
Honestly,
bounds.
I just didn't trust Derek Carr.
Yeah.
I would trust Carlson more kicking the 55-yarder than Carr running one more play, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. It just seems like, I know the Manning brothers have Super Bowl rings, and I don't wear any jewelry at all. I just so much can happen that can go wrong in 7 seconds to me. Now, 55 is not a given. I understand you get it 4 yards closer, the odds go way up for you.
They really do. I mean, as crazy as that sounds, but, I mean, there were just so many weird decisions in that game. You'll never again, well, I shouldn't say you'll never again, almost never see a situation unfold like unfolded. When you thought you had scored, everybody's on the field exchanging jerseys. You got to get everybody off the field. You got 1st and goal from the 1. Then you end up with 2nd and goal from the 5. Then you throw an interception. I mean, the odds of that happening are astronomical.
And you got Mark Davis out of his seat. I am convinced. You guys help me out. He looks the part of like a televangelist a
little
little bit.
Televangelist,
Yeah, with a bad haircut, and I'm convinced he doesn't have a mirror.
He looks like Dumb and Dumber's uncle.
I was going to say.
He's got Lloyd Christmas's haircut.
He does. I thought of this last night.
Well, it's a
Mark
combination
Davis,
of him and Jeff Daniels, actually.
A
The
little
two
bit.
Dumb and Dumbers.
Mark Davis looks like you're doing Dumb and Dumber 4 or 5, and you couldn't get all the original actors.
That's a good one.
Yeah, so you scrape him up off some C-list Hollywood list and just, do a cash grab.
It's the Dumb and Dumber version of Caddyshack 2.
Correct. Yeah. I can't get any of the original actors anymore, but we think we can squeeze a little more juice out of this.
I mean,
and that's what you do.
There's the legit picture of the owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. That's what that is. That's it's the Dumb and Dumber in the retirement home.
Yeah, or you do Dumb and Dumber 3 or 4, and you're going to introduce the father of
Dumb
one
and
of
Dumber
them, right?
receding.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, the good news is he's got a ton of money, but he cuts his own hair.
That is
So
remarkable.
he saves a little bit there,
I mean, it's
right?
remarkable that how much do you think he's worth?
Well, do you see his
I
house?
saw the house he built in Vegas. It's phenomenal.
I mean, I would say that he's worth, he's a billionaire.
Yeah. It looks like he had Bama bangs. Rockstar, can you punch it back up one more time?
He fell asleep early at the party.
It looks like he had
And his
Bama
buddies
bangs.
cut him?
Yeah.
And he was, mixing something in a margarita in a blender and leaned too close to the blender. Didn't have the lid on it. Just ripped that hair right out.
I mean,
You
it's
know what he doesn't
remarkable.
have? Sunblock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. I'd get that sunspot on that forehead. Check.
Jeez, yeah.
He's
A
got good
dermatologist
teeth,
would cut him to pieces.
Are those,
It's like
uh,
him going to a
As if
butcher
we're
shop.
not right now.
Are those? Yeah, really. Are those veneers?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
those are those are Matt Damon like in something about Mary.
One thing I don't like is bad teeth.
The front four are. I don't know about the rest of them.
No, but that was a big win for the Raiders. I mean, in
yeah.
front of that crowd, and there's something. It does look like a Roomba from the outside.
does, yeah.
But inside, it looks like a cool
It's
stadium.
pretty cool. Now, Peyton was killing the fans. He's like, these fans do not know when not to cheer. He goes, the Vegas fans have got to learn because Derek Carr kept having to silence the crowd.
How many of those people make the trip from Oakland, the Bay Area? Are
don't
they
know.
lifelong or from
It's-
L.A.?
Yeah, it's an easy flight. It's obviously, I think it's a 50-minute flight from L.A. From Oakland, it's probably an hour and a half, hour 45, and they've got a bunch of direct Southwest. I would think a lot,
But wouldn't you think, though, that you feel jilted by them? I mean, I know you don't want to just become a 49ers fan if you live in Oakland. but-
Right, and it's still sort of close. I can understand it, but I mean, the Raiders moved to Los Angeles, and a lot of Los Angeles people became Raider fans when they were there, and stayed Raider fans even when they moved back to Oakland. And when Oakland left to L.A. for the first time, if you watched that 30 for 30, a lot of Oakland fans never gave up their love for the Raiders.
it's hard to do. And
yeah.
I'll tell you, never really having roots, but growing up an LA Rams fan, and then they go to Anaheim, and when they moved to St. Louis, I followed the Rams to St. Louis and then back to LA where I think it's a better fit. I never understood the Raiders really being in Vegas. I know it's a money thing. But the Raiders to me were always the Oakland Raiders. But you're right. There's a lot of LA fans that fell in love.
Yeah, loved them and kept them alive as they went back to Oakland and now to Vegas. Tripp says Mark's estimated net worth $500 million there. I mean, he could sell the Raiders for that, right?
no doubt.
He looks like a spender, though.
You think so?
Well, he
with
just
a
spends
house.
it on, just, hey, look, I need a couple of helicopters. I mean,
Yeah,
the
just for the weekend.
wardrobe was flammable.
Yeah, always was for his dad as well.
Yeah.
All right, so that's Monday Night Football last night. The Raiders win at 33-27. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right as we broadcast right here from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio, presented by our friends at Bud Light. Mortgage Right, one of those great companies that we've been friends with a long, long time. They can help you when you need. You may not need a mortgage today, but next time you need a mortgage, this is the name to remember.
Yeah, just great guys. Look, life comes at you fast, but our friends at Mortgage Right, they're faster. Looking to refinance with a multitude of trusted professionals behind them, Mortgage Right has got your back, whether you need a cash-out refinance to pay off debt, make home repairs, or you're just looking for a lower interest rate. Mortgage Right has the right option for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Brown, tell us about that ticket thing that they have going with
Yeah,
Mortgage
you can
Right
get a
too.
ticket to the college game of your choice, mortgageright.com/TNR, where Lance was just talking about. They'll draw October 1st. All you have to do is start a mortgage application, and any application filled out this month, you're automatically entered into the contest. So just go to mortgageright.com/TNR.
So if I just start the application, I could get tickets to
Game of your choice.
Iron Bowl, SEC Championship, National Championship game.
I think I would go Ohio State, Michigan, just based on what I've seen the first couple of weeks.
Ooh,
Alabama,
you think that's going to be a
Texas
good
A&M,
game?
You
huh?
would go Ohio State, Michigan. Maybe you
Just because I've never been.
Maybe you'd like to go somewhere you've never been
Yeah.
before. Yeah, that's interesting. All right, so do that right there. What's the website again?
MortgageRight.com/TNR.
It's /TNR there.
TNR.
TNR. USC fires their coach. We're going to talk to Tom Luginbill coming up in our next segment. We'll get Luginbill rolling. Clay Travis to start hour number 2. Chris Doering starts the final hour later today, and we'll hear from Bryan Harsin as his weekly on-campus tour. Thanks to our friends at Hamburger Heaven in the final hour at around 12:20 today on what the Auburn coach said before the Tigers' big trip up to Happy Valley. Bo Nix on the show yesterday. You can see that entire interview, our live conversation with him. It's always there for you at YouTube and also in our podcast section there at nextroundlive.com with your morning rounds, your morning reads this morning. So USC fires their coach. We're going to get into this a couple of different ways. Before we talk list, and we can do that later in the show, maybe you got one guy you want to throw out here, but just the surprise aspect that right here out of the gate after week 2, they make this decision. Because you've got to have a certain expectation of your program and what this year was going to become if you're already disappointed after week 2 in the outcome to make this change. They lose to Stanford, and now they are looking for a coach. Clay Helton is fired. Did it surprise you guys it happened so quickly?
It did. I mean, obviously Mike Bone is bowing to tremendous pressure. I guess Keyshawn Johnson carries a lot of weight. I mean, he's on ESPN. He's a beloved Trojan, right, Lance?
Yeah. I mean, he only played there a couple of years.
Yeah, but when you're on there saying, I can't fight on anymore, I'm sure, Bill Plaschke in the LA Times is writing it. I'm sure Mason and Ireland were all over it on ESPN radio out there. And I guess USC's got passionate fans. It doesn't seem that way, but I guess they do in LA. So, Mike Bone's clearly bowing to the pressure. Because if you fire a guy 2 games in, that means you wanted to fire him in the preseason. You just didn't have the guts to do it.
Well, that's what doesn't make any sense. And you guys know that I always thought the job was a little too big for Clay Helton. And everyone you talk to talks about Clay Helton as a great individual.
Sure.
Just an awesome dude.
That's all I've ever heard.
And, you look at that first season, he wins a Rose Bowl. The second season, he wins a Pac-12 championship. And then it just hasn't been good since. And, look, there should be more of an expectation. But when Mike Bone took over this job as the athletics director, he had an opportunity right there to clean the slate.
Yep.
He knew the job was too big for Clay Helton. And, I don't necessarily I don't know how I feel about this, Dunaway, because if they would have won against Stanford, there's no chance he gets fired. It was an embarrassing loss. Does this really give you the upper hand in finding that next guy? To me, the next guy should be one of 2 guys that aren't even in football right now.
Well, I mean, I made this point last night on Twitter. Chris Peterson and Bob Stoops both are doing college football work right there in Los Angeles, in Southern California.
Those are the obvious
Fox.
guys.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm Mike Bone, those are the guys I'm going after right now. Bob Stoops, I don't know about you guys. He's 61. He's been out of the game for a few years. He looks good. Watching him on Fox, he looks like he's got some sun. He looks like he's healthy. He's got some energy to him. Chris Peterson, he's only, a year and a half removed from football. And we saw what Chris Peterson was able to do with that Washington program. I mean, 2 or 3 years, he won the Pac-12 championship. He went to a 14 playoff. He was recruiting California. He takes over a program like that. He can build a culture. Either one of those guys would be a slam dunk to me.
Yeah.
The age doesn't bother me. Stoops at 61 still looks like a young 61. 56 for Peterson doesn't bother me. That's the direction I would go at least initially.
I've always said when Les Miles got fired after that Auburn loss that Auburn or LSU did not fire him because they thought he was about to go 6-6 or 5-7. They fired him because they feared he was going to go 9-3 or 8-4, and it was going to be yet another year of do we fire him? Do we not fire him? Can we force him out? Who can we get? And the AD struck while the iron was hot. He had wanted to fire him the year before and couldn't do it. The fans revolted. So he struck while the iron was hot. Do you think that's the case here?
Yeah, probably so.
I think it is too. I think they thought Clay Helton was going to give you another 9-3.
You go back to last year, and USC was really a 500 team. You saw how they stole wins early against Arizona State and Arizona, and they ultimately went 5-0 in the regular season, and they played for the Pac-12 championship. They lose to Oregon, so it's hard to fire a guy coming off that season. But when you look at it, it was a house of cards. It just wasn't a great season. So I tend to agree with you. The Pac-12 is such an unknown and really just an average conference. They could easily win 8 or 9 games with Slovis at quarterback. So that probably was the fear.
Yeah, and Jay Price agrees with you, and that's been the common thing that you've seen happen. And listen, I would say that, Chris Peterson and Bob Stoops are not coaching in college anymore for a reason. Like, Peterson had a good job, and he turned it over to Jimmy Lake at Washington. He left Boise State, went to Washington. For some reason, he wanted out. So he may not be interested in getting back in. Bob Stoops has showed he's interested in coaching again. I mean, every rinky-dink little professional league that started up, Bob Stoops lined up and said, hey, I want to coach that.
Yeah, and look, I don't know how you guys feel about Bob Stoops. I remember him having maybe one bad year, and I think it was because Sam Bradford snapped his collarbone.
That'll do it to you.
Every year they were a top 5 team.
Yep.
And every 3 or 4 years they were playing for a national championship, and I truly believe if you could do that with Oklahoma, and that's when Texas was pretty good. I think now in a wide-open Pac-12, I think Bob Stoops, rejuvenated 4 years off the job, I think he would do a tremendous job. So if he wants that job, that's the direction I would go, because there's lists all over the place of all of these current coaches, and I think all of them have flaws, and all of them have question marks.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We'll talk more about the list, some of the names who are on it, who should be on it, who shouldn't be on it, and Bruce Feldman and Dennis Dodd with a couple of good stories on that. Out there right now. When we come back, Tom Luginbill is standing by. We'll talk to Luginbill about that. But right now, if you want to change your career, our friends at TruckWorks, truckworks.com, can make that happen for you. TruckWorks, Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer, is hiring right now. So if you know somebody, it may not be you, if you know somebody who is looking for a career change or looking for a job, TruckWorks is the place to go. They're hiring all experience levels, so no experience needed. All departments across all locations, 13 locations throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. The company is TruckWorks. You go to the website, truckworks.com. You hit the Join Our Team tab. They have openings in sales, management, service, techs, deliveries, and a lot more. Change your life, or let a friend know that they can change their life with our friends at TruckWorks. TruckWorks, that's with an X, truckworks.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Look around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
I can't say it simpler than this. Way to Wellness saved my life. I'm Jim Dunaway, and the Way to Wellness program helped me lose 45 pounds and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. You can do it too. Go to the website, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. There are no contracts, there are no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com. Tell them you want a plan like Jim. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. I'm Jim Dunaway from my friends at ERA King Real Estate. They know better agents make better deals. That's why they support their agents with innovative training and technology that helps them provide value to you. Find your agent by texting the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. Even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Takeuchi is a world leader in innovation for compact mini excavators, track loaders, and skid steers, and they continue to dominate the market today in design, capability, and power, with so many attachment possibilities ranging from milling heads to heavy-duty brush grapples to landscape buckets. Versatility is unmatched. Contact Cowan Equipment today to experience this firsthand on your job site. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Give them a call today. 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online. Go to cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call our friends at Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades. That phone number, 1-800-239-2694, or visit them online, cowan.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Tom Luginbill is standing by in just a second as we get rolling into another segment right here on the Next Round. 205-734-0923. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nut Dust.
Yes, Dunaway. Nut Dust is redefining the use of feel of body powder. Nut Dust talc-free, all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt, available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code NR20, 20% off your entire purchase, officialnutdust.com.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is on the Pepsi hotline. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
Well, guys, let me just first say I'm great, number one. But number two, that might be the single greatest live promo read I've ever heard.
Nut Dust.
I mean, come on.
Hey, we can
That
send you
doesn't get any
some.
better. Who phrased that thing? Whoever that is a writing genius.
How about we have also a cargo transportation company that is a sponsor of ours named Ship Happens.
Nobody does it better than y'all.
Rockstar, do you have the Ship Happens jingle you wrote that Luginbill could hear?
Give me a second.
All right, we're going to give you a second. You can hear Rockstar literally wrote a jingle for Ship Happens, Luginbill. You could have, but while Rockstar looks that up, Tom Luginbill on the Pepsi hotline, a normal sponsor of Pepsi. I talked to Luginbill yesterday on the way into work, and I told Luginbill, if you had packed your cleats and your pads, you could have played quarterback for Tennessee. It got that bad. Lugs, they are in trouble at quarterback.
They are. I think the one thing that Hendon Hooker did for them, though, is he gave them an element to the offense where the defense is going to have to defend quarterback run if he's their quarterback, which isn't necessarily something you had with Joe Milton. And I think the point in that game, and it was a heck of a football game, is Joe Milton the week before, for all of his physical gifts, and he's got many, but he cannot consistently throw the football accuracy, and his deep ball is so problematic. I mean, they missed 2 wide open shots against Bowling Green in week 1. Then in the first quarter alone, he misses, he hit 1 and it popped out at the end in the end zone. Looked like it was going to be a touchdown. The other 3, so 4 total, the other 3 he misses wide open guys. Keep in mind, Pitt Pitt is backed up, starting every offensive drive for their first 3 series inside their own 10-yard line. They had an opportunity to literally be up 28-0, maybe halfway or 3/4 of the way through the first quarter, and you can't miss those opportunities if you're Tennessee. So let's see where they go from here. But I think Hendon Hooker at least gave him a chance on the ground because you got to defend his wheels.
All right, Rockstar has the song, Luginbill.
Right.
Before we continue our conversation, hit it, man.
Ship happens to get shipped on. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. And ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
See, Luke?
So good.
You don't ever want to have an accident and ship yourself.
That's
you
right.
Need ship
No,
happens.
you
let the
never
pros.
want to do such a thing.
Correct.
Hey, so Luginbill, sticking with the quarterback theme, obviously Florida, big game hosting Alabama this week. It seems like Dan Mullen does have a quarterback controversy. Emory Jones has not been good, 4 picks in 2 games. Anthony Richardson, obviously the guy can run the football, seems more of the fit for Dan Mullen. I assume we see both quarterbacks play. Ultimately, do you think it's Richardson's job?
If he can prove that he can play in the passing game. I think that with both quarterbacks right now, their ineptness in the passing game makes them so one-dimensional that if you're Alabama or anybody else for that matter, you're going to load up the box and say, okay, we dare you to throw it because we don't think you can throw it enough to beat us. And in order to beat us, if I'm Alabama, I'm expecting to score at least 40 to 45 points a game. So try doing that without being able to throw the football. So they're behind the 8 ball and they're behind the chains before they even take the first snap. And I think that's really concerning because if you don't have anything to complement the quarterback run, you don't have anything to complement the quarterback's athleticism, you're going to find yourself in a lot of 2nd and 3rd and longs. And now it's obvious passing downs and you haven't shown the ability through the first 2 weeks to effectively throw the football. It's problematic regardless of who the quarterback is right now for Dan Mullen.
If 100% is exactly the way they were, both teams, when they played in the SEC championship game last year, what's the percentage of Alabama and Florida compared to that 100% when they played each other last year, this weekend?
Well, offensively, from a Florida perspective, it's probably less than 50%.
Wow.
It's not just the quarterback play, too. We got to acknowledge, Kyle Pitts, nobody had an answer for him in college football for 3 years. Not a single coordinator, anybody, nobody, gone. Kadarius Toney, gone. Trevon Grimes. So they're breaking in other components while they're also trying to figure out the quarterback situation, which is kind of magnifying their problems.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill is on the Pepsi hotline. Dunaway is going to love this. I do not have to ask Lugs. He's doing Cincinnati, Indiana.
All right, yes.
I did my homework.
Yeah, good for Luke to tweet that out earlier this morning so
Correct.
Brown could see it.
That's right. I did. He did tweet that out. That's
Great game. I'm pumped about that game.
I know you are, and we're going to get back to it, but I do want to ask you about Auburn and Penn State. This looks like a very defensive game. Auburn, statistically, they've played nobody, but statistically, their defense has played very well. I've seen Penn State's defense tested. It held its own against Wisconsin. This, to me, screams low-scoring defensive game in State College.
And it also screams which quarterback is accurate and doesn't turn over the football. Both have been problematic issues for Bo Nix and for Sean Clifford. When they get hot, they're hot. When they're not, they're not. So if you're going to rely on your defense, if I'm Bryan Harsin, if I'm James Franklin, I'm telling my quarterback, guys, just don't screw it up. Let's make the plays that are there to be made. Hopefully we're going to have a strong running game. I think both teams will, to complement the quarterback play, but make some of those plays that are there to be made. And again, it may come down to which quarterback makes the fewest errors if both defenses show up and are what we think they are.
Safe to say Tank Bigsby, best player on the field Saturday night?
I think that's safe to say. I think I think there's many a field he could be on where you could make an argument he's the best player on the field, depending on the opponent in a lot of games this year. He's that much of a difference maker. And I think it's so interesting when you look at them, just the difference in philosophy of run game approach. No, very little left to right, pin and pull, east-west run game. It's now downhill, shoulder square, gain momentum from the moment the ball's handed off. And I think that accentuates Big B's strengths.
You've been to most stadiums, Power 5 stadiums in your career. I don't know if you've been to Happy Valley. If you have,
Sure.
Can you make a comparison to an SEC stadium? Is it the whiteout? Is it Saturday night in Baton Rouge? Is it the Swamp? How do you compare that to an SEC atmosphere that Auburn's going to experience this weekend?
The only other place in the Big Ten that I've been to that was comparable when it came to it being very difficult to function and communicate was Wisconsin. They can really, really get going. I would probably liken it from an SEC, ACC atmosphere to a Clemson, an Auburn at night, an LSU at night. It's difficult. And here's the problem with the stadium. So most stadium structures at some point or another have some form of steel reinforcement, but by and large are concrete based. That entire stadium is an erector set.
Yes.
It's literally the bounce house down in Florida down at UCF times 10. So you don't just have the crowd noise, you have all the reverberation from all the aluminum and the steel, and it makes it even worse. So communication is going to be a key. Field position, I think, is going to be absolutely critical, because if you start, your first couple of series and you're backed up inside your own 15, inside your own 10, it's going to be hard to get in the rhythm.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill on the Pepsi Hotline. He's got Cincinnati and Indiana, the straight-out-of game day game for the second week in a row for Luginbill, 11 o'clock ESPN. Look, I mean, it's been long known Cincinnati, if they want to come anywhere close to a playoff, they've got to win these two games, Indiana and Notre Dame. And these games look way easier for Cincinnati to win now than they did in the preseason.
They do, and to be completely honest, though, if the team that shows up in the first 2.5 quarters against Murray State for Cincinnati shows up on Saturday against Indiana, they will not win the football game.
Was that game 14-7 at the half? Is that right?
Well, it was 14-7 at the half, and if Murray State's quarterback hadn't turned the ball over 3 times, remember, that's with 3 turnovers Cincinnati got.
Yeah.
And could only muster 14 points.
Yeah.
And they just were sleepwalking. There was no energy. There was no enthusiasm. I'd be really excited to get a sense from Luke Fickell what the week was like there, because that's not the Cincinnati team that I had seen all through last year. Now, I will say this. Their quarterback, if he was playing for a Power 5 school, I think he'd be a legitimate invite to New York. Desmond Ridder is that good. He is that legitimate, and they can run the football. You guys are familiar with Jerome Ford. He's turning in quite the career at Cincinnati now. They've got weapons, but the quarterback, I mean, he's up there with the best that are playing in college football right now, and I think that's going to determine Cincinnati's fate. You're going on the road. Indiana had a great turnout. They rebounded versus Idaho last week. It's going to be loud. And it's going to be a great challenge for Cincinnati, and it's going to be a great challenge for Indiana, because Indiana's problem right now, they have a little bit of what North Carolina is going through, and that's when you have an off-season of an expectation that you've never had on your shoulders before. And how do your kids respond to that? How do they react when everybody's expecting something that's never been expected before, and that's to have another great year? But the quarterback, Michael Penix, for me, he's the question, because coming off that ACL, at least in the first 2 weeks, he appears to be very tentative. He doesn't seem to quite be himself. So see if he gets a little bit more comfortable this week, because they're going to need him to.
Okay, Luginbill, which quarterback has regressed more, Brock Purdy or Keaton Slovis?
I would, on overall production, it's been Keaton Slovis, but he's also battled some injuries that I think have prevented him from being at his best. I think what we've seen from Brock Purdy, guys, is kind of what he's been all along. He takes risks with the football. He's going to turn the ball over. He's also going to make his fair share of plays. That loss the other day was to a team that in Iowa that is so bad on offense. I mean, they had 1.7 yards per carry. I think they had 50% completion rate from their quarterback and maybe 117, 118 total yards or something like that, and won the game on the road. And that's Iowa State's lack of production and turnover spell on offense. So, I neither one are playing great football for me now. Not to the level of a Bryce Young and some of these other guys that seem to have hit the ground running.
All right, he's ESPN's Tom Luginbill. See him straight out of game day on Cincinnati, Indiana, and follow him on Twitter at Tom Luginbill. Lugs, thanks. Enjoy the game.
All All right, guys. Take care. Have a good week.
All right, buddy. You too, Tom Luginbill, with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing, the most respected roofing contractors I've ever known. Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, known him for years. His company's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned for over 20 years. The company has a great relationship with your insurance company, which makes it easier to do business, to get your roof paid for. And listen, if you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the recent storms we've had this summer, it's time to call Greg Nelson today. Here's the phone number, and it's going to get you a free, no-cost inspection. Free. 205-542-3531. Turned somebody on to Greg just the other day to get their roof inspected. They thought they had a roof problem. This is how it happens. You call them up, and they come out and check it. Free, no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. You can also look up Greg from Pell City right there on Facebook. Greg from Pell City and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. Mississippi State, Memphis this weekend at the Liberty Bowl Stadium. No cowbells allowed. Does that bother you when Mississippi State goes on the road out of conference? They shut down the cowbells?
No, I'd do it too.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah, if I were, I mean, I don't.
Well, I mean, just for my fans,
Yeah,
too.
it's annoying.
You know, I'm a season ticket holder at Memphis, let's say, and I've got
right.
a family of 8 next to me just ringing the cowbell.
Yeah, that's the one thing I do not want. I don't think it would make a difference in the game.
Yeah, but tricky game, though. Mississippi State and Memphis this week. Mississippi State coming off a monumental win over NC State. But this is sort of a bigger rivalry, Memphis and Ole Miss. But Memphis and Mississippi State recruit a lot of the same players. They're in some recruiting battles. It's a big game for Mike Leach's team. Hard to get a handle on that. One other note, did you see Jack State up to number 10 in the FCS rankings after their win over Florida State? But you start looking like Sam Houston State, South Dakota State, James Madison, Montana. Some of those FCS wins.
I know.
I mean, the FCS is stacked this year. What a fantastic playoffs that's going to be.
Yeah, and going back, I mean, it was just 5 months ago where they were playing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, Jack State's 1-1 against the FBS, so it's going to hurt you in the rankings.
Right? It's going to keep you only 10th there.
That's
we'll
right.
see how they do as they crank into the FCS schedule. Part of the show today being brought to you by the University of Montevallo. Your son or daughter thinking about the college, rising junior, rising senior, where are they going to spend their 4 years to find the best education? How about the small class sizes at Montevallo? It helps them academically, and that's really what you want. But they also can pursue anything that they dream of at Montevallo. 75 majors, 21 Division II scholarship sports, and those small class sizes that make your kid academically successful. A college of distinction 10 years running, a best value school, and also a top public university, according to U.S. News and World Reports. And Southern Living names Montevallo one of the South's most beautiful campuses. Find out more and take an in-person visit, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. When we come back, we'll do our stock report. The team or player we think the stock is up, and the ones we think are down. The stock report and Clay Travis starting hour 2, still ahead on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Think about this scenario for 1 second. You get out of bed in the morning, walk in a room, the first thing you feel is water under your feet. You got a leak, you got a problem. You may think your first call is the insurance company. You're wrong. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Your first call is DryTech Water Restoration. They respond quickly. They'll reply within 20 minutes. Likely, you're talking to an owner. DryTech Water Restoration does not work for the insurance company. They work for the customer. Remember this website, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com and DryTech Water Restoration.
Stock up, stock down in just a second. Did you see yesterday that we have a new highest paid coach in football?
Jimbo Fisher again.
Got another raise. 2 jobs open.
Ted Lasso signing up for year 3, $1 million an episode.
Wow. How many episodes they do?
Oh, I don't
10, 11, or 12.
Yeah.
Wow.
He'll
Good
be
for
right
him.
there with Saban.
Yep.
Good for him.
So,
I watched, I think, 2 or 3 episodes of season 2. I think they could have shut it down after season 1.
Season 1 was perfect. Season 2, I haven't made it all the way through yet. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's.
Yes, Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution. Make sure you stop in for lunch or dinner. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches, including the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. And tomorrow night, me and Rocky and Will Haver will be there for Odie's Team Trivia. So come see us. You can sit outside on that patio, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Great place to watch college football all weekend long as well. It's Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
Rockstar, can you give me cut number 6? Steve Sarkeesian, after the loss. You see Rockstar working hard back there. Steve Sarkeesian, after the loss in Arkansas, his post-game interview, he makes the change at quarterback yesterday. Casey Thompson is now going to be the starting quarterback. And here is Sark, as he was, let's just say, he knew what had just happened to him, and you can understand now, if you listen to this, why he made the change at quarterback.
Over time, they kind of wore us out. We couldn't sustain any drives offensively. So our defense was on the field to a point to where kind of wore out. 47 rush attempts We never put any pressure on them to feel like they had to throw the ball. They were throwing the ball when they wanted to, but they were running the ball. They were leaning on us, and over time, runs started spitting. But again, I think part of that was we just didn't get it done offensively to take any pressure off our defense. We got to get back to the drawing board. You know, this was not a performance I was anticipating, but you know, we'll find out about ourselves and what we're made of. Because I really believe this one game's not going to define us, but we got work to do, that's for sure.
Yeah, they sure do. So that gets us to our stock report today, because there's nowhere Texas can be except down. And our stock report is brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union, Rockstar.
The America's First Federal Credit Union Spotlight.
Stock up, stock down. College football's stock report.
Banking is not just about your money, it is about you. So getting help with what you need when you need it is what America's First does. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since. America's First Federal Credit Union.
Okay, start us off. Give me a stock up, stock down.
My stock up is the Iowa defense. This is hard to believe. In today's college football, do you guys realize they haven't allowed 25-plus points in 24 consecutive games?
Wow. That is impressive.
That's ridiculous. That's the longest streak right now in the Power 5. They've got 6 interceptions in their first 2 games already. They're allowing less than 12 points per game against top 25 Indiana, top 10 Iowa State. Iowa defense stock is up for me.
Okay, give me a stock up, Brownie.
I am going to go to the ACC, Jim Dunaway. Can you guys tell me who is leading the conference in passing?
In the ACC?
In the ACC, the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Kenny Pickett.
Quarterback at Wake Forest.
Nope. Brennan Armstrong, the quarterback at Virginia.
Oh, hey,
he's a pretty good player.
No, he's a really good player. They call him.
I don't know what they call him.
It's something to do with Thor. I mean, the guy, he is really, really physical. But he had 5 touchdowns this past week.
He did.
I watched a lot of that game.
I did too, because it was a 10 o'clock
Virginia.
kick. Yeah, and it was a 10 a.m. kick. I got a lot of that. But Brennan Armstrong has played well. 372 a game. 7 touchdowns, only the 1 pick. Big game against North Carolina this weekend, and that's a good quarterback matchup with he and Sam Howell.
My stock up is Chris Rodriguez Jr., Kentucky. His stock was high going into the season. It went up in the big win over Missouri. 206 running the football, 3 touchdowns, had a receiving touchdown. He was a daily fantasy DraftKings phenom this past week, had that flame on his score. The guy can't be stopped right now. And I think Mark Stoops is one of these guys, as jobs start to pop open, you see him using his stock being up. He is screaming for a new indoor facility in Lexington, Kentucky. They don't have an indoor practice facility. If I asked you, name all the teams in the SEC that do not have football-only indoor facilities right now.
I would go Missouri.
Nope, they got one.
I'll go Kentucky then.
I've seen Vandy's, so I know they got one.
I'll say just Kentucky.
Kentucky and Vandy's what I have. Vandy's,
thought I had seen Vandy's. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think they're building one.
Okay, maybe they
I
are.
think that's part of their big one. Kentucky and Vandy, the only
Back to Rodriguez. I think if he stays healthy, he will be the leading rusher in the SEC this year. He was really good last year, but the problem was, you didn't have a quarterback to open things up. And now you've got Levis. You've got Wan'Dale Robinson that comes in, another playmaker, Josh Ali. You've got other guys that spread the field for him. So now Rodriguez can do his thing. And I fully expect if he's healthy, he's going to lead the SEC.
All right, stock down for you.
Ohio State defensive coordinator Kerry Coombs. You gave up 269 on the ground, 7.1 per carry against Oregon. If we go back the last 3 games to the national championship against Alabama, Minnesota, and last week against Oregon, those teams averaged 39 points per game and 511 yards.
Wow.
This Ohio State defense, there's no excuse. It's got to be schematically right now, but they've got the athletes.
And stock down for you, Brown.
Ohio State defensive coordinator Kerry Coombs.
Yep.
How many teams are in the Big Ten?
There are 14.
They're 13th in defense.
Yep.
Illinois is the only one that is
There's
worse.
no excuse.
Yep, there isn't.
Said that it had to take so long to figure out how many teams were in the Big Ten.
I know, it's odd.
Stock down for me, Coach Ken at Navy. Firing staff members, rehiring them. He's going to call plays now. They're losing all the time. That's our AmFirst Spotlight today, America's First Federal Credit Union. We've got Clay coming up on the other side. Last night, the Raiders beat the Ravens 33-27. Daniel Carlson with a big kick to get it to overtime. Raiders win it there. Jerry Jeudy, by the way, out 4 to 6 weeks. High ankle sprain. Looked worse than that on the field. may get him back about midseason for the Denver Broncos there today. And the 49ers getting a shot with Dre Kirkpatrick coming in for an injury there. They're going to sign him to that secondary there. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Standifer Insurance Agency. After Brown tells you about Standifer, I want to ask LT if he thinks Ronnie Harrison should be suspended or not.
Okay. Well, auto rates have lowered 4 times in the last 12 months. You got to have insurance. Do an insurance checkup with Jessup Standifer and the Standifer Insurance Group to make sure you're getting the best insurance for the best price. They've been serving the Southeast for 20 years. They got the right products and the right prices to earn your business. So have your coverages and what you pay ready, and just give them a call to get an insurance checkup. 205-664-3200, StandiferInsuranceGroup.com. That's 664-3200, StandiferInsuranceGroup.com.
10-second answer. Ronnie Harrison, suspended or not, shoved the coach, but it looked like the coach came and touched him first on the sidelines, but they see the second offender. What do you think?
You shove a coach, probably suspended.
Yeah, he'll at least get fined. Got ejected from the game. When we come back, Clay Travis has a lot to talk about. This is the next round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
We know that juicy, cheesy, grilled to perfection burger sounds amazing, but it does sound like something is missing. Pepsi, baby. The yin to this burger's yang. Burgers and Pepsi go together like burgers and Pepsi. This perfect blending of flavors makes every bite of lettuce, every sesame seed on the bun, and every sip of that crisp, refreshing, ice-cold cola a journey to Foodtopia. Burgers, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get Ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com. Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Remember, you can always just tell Alexa or Google Play, hey, play The Next Round while you're around the house. Put it on your smart TV, too. You can sit and watch this in the morning or at night when you get back. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and, of course, right here on Twitter if you're watching us. 205-734-0923. We'll get to some of the folks online and also on the phones a little bit later on. Clay Travis standing by. Part of this hour being brought to you by the folks at Redmont Vodka.
Hey, locally owned and operated Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Was he drinking it last night?
No, he was not. Not that I saw.
Did he say who he gambled on last night?
He did. Very quick. No, Peyton and Eli asked him right away.
Who did he have?
I think he said Ravens. I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Yeah.
Well, their aim is clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish that doesn't have the harsh aftertaste. It's 8 times distilled, available at your local package at ABC stores. Also, don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin. Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled. The fastest-growing distillery in Alabama is Redmont. Pick up a bottle today.
Clay Travis, Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter, is with us on the Pepsi hotline. I'm curious, Clay, did you watch much of Peyton and Eli last night on Monday Night Football?
Yeah, I watched most of it.
Yeah,
I thought it was fantastic. I didn't watch the traditional broadcast at all.
Yeah, we all did too, and we were talking about this before the show. Peyton and Eli don't grow on trees. I mean, it's hard to find former players that can be that entertaining. But in the event you catch it, to me, this is the way the industry is going. This is what I'm more interested in.
Yeah, I agree. I think also if you're our age and you've watched as many games as we have, I mean, I oftentimes have games muted, right? Because I'm watching like 4 or 5 different games at once, and I can tell, just by looking, I can see what's going on in the game. I don't really need somebody to be informing me of what's going on in the game. So I'm more interested in a conversation than I am a traditional game broadcast, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You basically are wedding an audio conversation that you would enjoy hearing with a video broadcast that you can also check out. And I don't know the quality of the guests that they will be able to have over the entire 10-game season, but I thought, for instance, Russell Wilson was far more interesting in the discussion with Peyton and Eli Manning than I ever have seen him be with any other media. I think that's because there's a level of respect that Russell Wilson and other guys have for Peyton and Eli that they may not have for traditional media. And also there's probably relationships there that make the conversations more comfortable than they would be if it's a totally blind interview, which oftentimes ends up happening in radio or TV. And so, I'm sure Tom Brady will come on at some point and hang out with Peyton and Eli, and I would think that would be incredible, must-see, riveting television, right? I just thought it was fantastically well done. I agree. I don't think there's that many Peyton and Eli's, but I do think, years ago, and I don't know if they still do it, they had a bunch of different broadcast options that you could choose, and I've been arguing for this for years, for English Premier League soccer. You could watch a diehard fan broadcast. They've done a little bit of this, I think, with the NCAA tournament, where you can hear the fan cast from the perspective of a big fan of a particular team. And so I think experimenting on the way that you distribute GameCast is something that can make a lot of sense from a gambling perspective. I think you could have a diehard, gambling version of a show like that. I think you can have a celebrity version, which is what I would put the Peyton and Eli Manning conversation in the middle of. And then, I think you can have the traditional, for lack of a better way of saying it, voice of God broadcast, where you've got the guys in the booth. I think the big losers here are whoever's calling the Monday Night Football broadcast for ESPN, because I think all the buzz for the entire season is going to be about Peyton and Eli.
Yeah, look, and I think Steve Levy and Brian Greasy and Louis Riddick are good, but I would much rather watch the Manning brothers. I thought it was great last night too. But there are 2 times I won't watch this year, and that's when the Rams play on Monday Night Football. I don't know about you as a Titans fan, but when it's like a serious 3 hours that I want to spend watching my team, I would rather not watch the Mannings, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of truth to that. I mean, I think most people watch Monday Night Football casually, unless it's your own team. I'm a Titans fan. I went and watched us get our ass kicked by Arizona on Sunday. It's a good football weekend for me.
Boy.
And so that was. I agree with you there. I think if I really significantly cared about the outcome of a game, I might want to be locked in. But I'm also the kind of person who, when I'm watching a game that I'm significantly focused on, it's very often the case that I've got it on mute, right? Like I don't even listen to what the announcers are saying, because for the most part I can tell what's going on in the game myself without needing to hear what the announcers say.
Are you off to Gainesville this week on your little tailgate tour?
Yeah.
I thought you would be. Do you think that this is going to be old school swamp atmosphere for 2:30? Because it is a sellout, a hard sellout. Do you think this will take us back in the day when the swamp used to rock?
Well, I mean, I think it'll be a great environment. I think what I have seen is the environments are pretty fantastic everywhere, because a lot of these, first of all, college kids are having to make up for a year where they didn't have a traditional home environment. So the tailgates are rocking more than they usually would be. Tickets, it seems to me, are oftentimes more expensive than they have been in the past, because I think people saved money on tickets last year, and they're sort of desperate to have an experience this year of what that environment is going to be like. So, yeah, I think I don't think that Florida has the horses to keep up with Alabama. I think they're not as good as they were last year. But I do think it will be interesting to see what exactly we find. I mean, it'll be, as is usually the case. I don't know if you guys have paid attention to the weather yet. I know LT's a big gambler; he might have, but the early forecasts I've seen suggest there may be some rain. I get in on Thursday down in Florida, and then we'll fly back on Saturday evening. So it's been fun. I mean, I was in Arkansas and Fayetteville for the Texas game. Week before that, we were in Knoxville, and we were also in Charlotte. And so, it's pretty awesome to be on the road. This bus, at some point, will be in Bama for the Ole Miss game in a couple of weeks. So you guys will have to check it out.
At Clay Travis on Twitter, Outkick.com. He is on the Pepsi hotline. You work for Fox, and you're part of that show we were just talking about. I don't know how well you know Bob Stoops. I don't know how much scuttlebutt you get about Bob Stoops, but his name is already being mentioned with Southern Cal. Do you get the impression 61-year-old Bob Stoops still has it in his blood to go coach a powerhouse or a potential powerhouse like Southern Cal?
I don't know Bob Stoops that well. Yes, I'm on Big Noon Kickoff so I know Brady Leinart really well and Rob Stone really well. I know Reggie a little bit, and I've only met Bob Stoops I think maybe once ever before. So I don't know. I don't have any read. I mean, obviously, being on in that show in the LA market is a big draw. I mean, that was the talk about Urban to SC. I think that was a big part of it. You're already in SC. The Pac-12 is on oftentimes that Fox broadcast, so you get to advertise yourself to the fan bases out there. And so I think there'll be some decent level interest in this SC job. And the 5 names, and I'm going to I tweeted it out, so I may miss one because I'm trying to do it off the top of my head now. But the 5 names that made the most sense to me were Urban Meyer, because I could see him on some level pulling a Petrino and just walking out and doing the fight on chant in the middle of the season and saying screw the NFL. I could be wrong on that, but that seems very Urban to me in many ways. I could see James Franklin. I know they've come after him aggressively before. I could see that happening. I could see Luke Fickell. I could see, I wonder now whether Matt Campbell feels like he's reached the apex of where he can go at Iowa State. He looked pretty frustrated on the sideline during that game against Iowa. And personally, I would try to get Mario Cristobal on the line because he's recruiting like crazy well at Oregon. Obviously has things rolling there. I'm not sure he would leave, but anytime you can steal away a top competitor from your own conference, that obviously helps to elevate you. And I don't think you can underrate, by the way, this decision being made with what Chip Kelly's doing in UCLA. If UCLA was 0-2, I'm not sure they fire Clay Helton right now. I know there's been a lot of discomfort, but I think it's partly this idea of the two ships passing in the night, so to speak, in the LA football market. And I also think that it's now a much more competitive market. And I think, you think about the Rams and the Chargers there, in addition to UCLA, as big of a city as LA is, you got to cut through the noise. And they like the sizzle. They like the excitement. They like the glamour of the Hollywood set, and right now none of that exists with SC football.
Hey, we haven't seen it in the SEC since 2009. Florida and Alabama go wire to wire 1 and 2 and play in the SEC championship game. Do you think we see it again this year? Alabama, Georgia, 1 and 2 the entire year.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
It does.
I think right now there's a pretty big gap between Alabama and Georgia and everybody else. Maybe Clemson is actually, the closest to 3. We'll see about Oklahoma. I still have questions about their defense based on what we saw against Tulane. We're obviously early in the year, whether Ohio State, for instance, can make a run. But I do feel like if I were betting right now, even though, you tell me, LT, it's not a good bet, right? You'd have to get some plus money just because crazy things can happen in college football for both of those teams to go 12-0. But right now, I would, if I were forecasting, I think there's a good chance both those teams are 12-0. I'd have to get some plus money on that bet. But at 12-0, then we know that Alabama and Georgia are both college football playoff teams, because I don't think it would matter what happens in the SEC title game at that point, given what they would have done in the out-of-conference as well as the conference.
Okay, a couple of weekends of tailgating now for Fox, but you're also a multimillionaire. Have you had any good food at any of these tailgates, or is it beneath you to eat off a grill?
No, we went to Wright's Barbecue in Fayetteville, which was fantastic. We had what we're doing is going to like the best college bars, and we're doing a documentary. Remember, behind the scenes, in addition to the Big Noon Kickoff show. We are doing a show about like why SEC football matters for Fox Nation. So we have like 3 different camera crews working every week, which is a big undertaking. And so I'll get in and, let's say Friday in Gainesville, I'll spend all day going around to the different great college bars. We'll find a good place to go out for dinner that places want to host us. And, that's part of the part and parcel of telling the story of SEC football. As you guys know, the game itself is often a very small part of a weekend in the South. And so we're trying to capture, like I did, honestly, 15 years ago in Dixieland Delight, first book that I wrote, what makes college football so popular and powerful in the South.
All right, he is Clay Travis. Go follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis, Outkick.com as well. Clay, enjoy Gainesville, man. Thank you for the time.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy. See you, Clay, with us on the Pepsi hotline.
All right. Part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstar's guy behind the big glass. Rockstar, tell me about something.
Well, my guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
I think it's interesting that people still think Urban Meyer would leave the Jaguars and go to that. It's helped out by the fact that it's going so bad to USC, I should say. It's helped out by the fact that they look so bad after 1 week. And Jason, how do you say his last name? Canfora?
Jason LaCanfora of CBS Sports.
He says Urban has come unhinged, doesn't handle losses even in the preseason, so much pressure on the assistants. There's a division between the college coaches and the pro coaches on that staff, doesn't know how to game plan, and has oftentimes taken over drills in practice away from proven NFL coaches.
Well, good first week, right?
Yeah. These control-free coaches, I mean, Nick Saban saw this. They struggle in the NFL because you have to give up so much. And Saban had already been there, but you have to give up so much control. I mean, the players have so much control over things in the NFL.
Well, this is different level. Joe Judge is one of those coaches with the New York Giants.
Yeah.
And they go 6-10 last year, and and watching them against Denver, they got dominated.
Right.
And that thing quickly will go south because those coaches, if you're not having success,
they're miserable.
It doesn't work. And it is going to be interesting. Urban Meyer's had success every single where he's been.
But do you really think he's in the mix, either one of you, both of you, for this job at USC?
I think if Urban Meyer wanted or thought he could get the USC job, he would have never taken the Jacksonville job because all you had to do was wait it out. Everybody knew this was eventually going to happen.
Or he could have made a call to Mike Bone last year, and they still would have fired him.
Yeah, if he wanted it. If he wanted it,
That's
he
what
would
I'm
have had
saying.
this job, right?
Yes. I mean, bare minimum, all he would have done was stayed at Fox and waited this thing out. Everybody knew this was going to be the eventual ending for Clay Helton.
I know there's a lot of people that will disagree with this, and he threw 3 picks this past weekend, but I still think Trevor Lawrence has an opportunity to be an elite quarterback. So let's just see how this thing plays out. Again, the AFC South is a complete mess.
He got pressured, I think it was 16 times.
Yeah.
It was number one in the NFL this week, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, he's a rookie quarterback in his first start, and oh, by the way, you're going to get more pressure than anybody else in the league. That's how bad your offensive line was.
And by the way, 300 plus yards and 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And the part of the Jason Leckenfor report was that Urban Meyer he can't figure out how to handle losses because he handles losses so poorly. We saw that at Florida. We saw it at Ohio State. Well, he's going to get 10 of them this year. So he's going to have to figure that out.
It may be a coach of the year if he only gets 10.
I know if it's only 10.
That puts him 7-10.
Yeah, people will praise the job he's done at 7-10. Yeah, the first pick. I mean, your best case is probably 7-10.
Yeah. I mean, he's in Carson's right here. He's left the Florida job where he won a national championship. He left the Ohio State job where he won a national championship, could have won 2. Why would he come back to do the USC job? He's left 2 really good jobs where he's won.
Better jobs,
yeah, than USC right now, no doubt.
That'd be the worst college job he's had since Utah.
Yep.
I mean,
and he had that team unbeaten.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And it would be a uphill climb to get USC to that point, I would say.
That's a good jumping off point, Brown. When we come back, we got Rockstar's viewing menu, but I want to get into just how good of a job is this USC job, right? And for somebody my age, it's a top 5 job. At one point, you'd probably called it the best job in America back when I was a little bitty kid. So where is the USC job? What kind of candidate are they going to get? Part of the conversation as we continue on in the next round. Don't forget, after a long week of NFL football, we're off tonight, but football returns on Thursday. Get a little Alabama A&M action on Thursday night. One of the best quarterbacks in the country. Quarterbacks Alabama A&M, and you get to see them on Thursday night on ESPNU, and that kicks off another weekend of football. But a couple of nights where we are focused on baseball, where last night, by the way, if you're not paying attention, Vlad Jr. hit his 45th home run of the year, passing his Hall of Fame father for most home runs.
Hard to believe. I mean, Vlad Guerrero was just a great player for a long, long time, and for him at the age of 22, by the way, to already have more homers in a season than his father ever did is pretty incredible. Now he's got the Major League lead.
And he's got a shot at the Triple Crown, I think, doesn't he?
Oh, I think he's in the conversation.
Blue Jays are on fire right now. They're 12-1 in the month of September.
Yeah.
And their roster, at the start of the year, I was like, man, that roster's so young and so good. And you felt like that last year was such a learning lesson for them. But I'm checking because when I went to bed last night, if the playoffs, I'll always love this, if the playoffs started today.
When you went to bed?
But I went to bed last night. If the playoffs started today, the Yankees were going to be out, but now they're tied with the Red Sox of being the last. The Blue Jays would host the wild card game, and the Yankees-Red Sox start the day tied for the last wild card spot. the Yankees have not been good. I'm
and the
I'm
Blue
a
Jays are
Yankee
doing
hater. I'm cheering for the Yankees not to make the playoffs.
I think most people that aren't Yankees fans probably pull for the Yankees with that payroll not to make it, but they're playing Yankee baseball. I mean, they lead the bigs and home runs right now.
Yeah, and then best news for Yankee fans.
That's the Blue Jays, by the way.
They start a series with the Baltimore Orioles today.
Yeah,
so
that's medicine right there.
A few wins coming up for the Yanks. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Simpio. When we started this venture, first call was to who, LT?
It was to Blake Patterson and the guys at Simpio, because they're going to take care of all the BS in every office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, benefits, things you do not want to deal with. Simpio, one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio has brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of the year. There is no annual contract. That being said, Simpio, in over 3 years of business, has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys at Simpio today, 205-635-7467, or go online, Simpio.com.
Brown, your boy Max Scherzer got his 3,000th strikeout.
I love Max Scherzer. You will not hear me say a bad word about him, even though he's not a national anymore.
Yeah,
Did a lot for our franchise.
Gave you a world championship.
Yes, sir.
When we come back, just how good is the USC job? Joel Klatt, friend of the show, ranks his top 5 programs. Alabama, not number 1 for the Klatt monkey. Does that surprise anybody? Joel's list and our thoughts on that when we come back on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
At AmFirst, you always come first, especially during this summer of freedom. That's why they're offering their very best rates to members right now, so you can hit the road and see it all with an even lower auto loan. And while you're feeling so free, you'll get even more for free from AmFirst, like free gas when you refinance your car, free rewards on checking, and the chance to get more free in giveaways and prizes. AmFirst is making your summer freer than ever, because this is your summer, the summer of freedom at AmFirst. For more information, visit them online, amfirst.org/promotions. Available to qualifying members only. Certain restrictions apply. AmFirst is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 403456. Federally insured by the NCUA. No purchase necessary. For complete offer details and rules, call 1-800-633-8431 or visit them online for more information. Go to amfirst.org. Again, go online, amfirst.org. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key, and Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave.
The Double Down Media Podcast family is live, including the Mystery Fifth Hour, a chance for the Next Round host to talk everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, the weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours of bourbon in the world. And the Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. Lance Taylor takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
Football season is here, and Lance's favorite pastime is making your man pay. LancesLock.com is how we do it. College football, NFL, Major League Baseball, basketball, and more. We've had the site since 2015, and we've been winning for you ever since. It's the best value you'll find in sports handicapping, only $90 per month, and you get every lock, every league, every day. No complicated or ridiculously expensive packages. If you want your man paying you this year, get on board with all of us at LancesLock.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. LT will tell you about that. Rockstar, tell us about what you're watching tonight.
You know, I gave it a hard time. The Only Murders in the Building from Hulu with Steve Martin and Martin Short and Selena Gomez. I gave the first episode a shot, and Lance's face is perfect. It is what?
No, I was going to say, I talked to the ex-wife, and she told me it's her favorite show on TV right now.
It is really well done. It is dark comedy. To give you a brief synopsis, they all live in the same building. They don't know each other. Steve Martin is an old detective cop on TV that's retired, and Martin Short's a failed Broadway writer, and Selena Gomez is just a random girl. But they all run into each other at the building one day and find out they all love listening to the same murder podcast. They love it. The new episodes drop, so somebody gets murdered in their building, and so they're like, hey, we should start our own podcast and try to solve this murder. And then so they're awful at it, and then Martin Short wants to brand it like there was a murder in South in Texas. We should go. And Steve Martin goes, no, only murders in the building. And they go, that's the name of the podcast. Only Murders in the Building.
Okay, so I've got to check this out because
it is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it's really good, and I like just the rapport between Steve Martin and Martin Short.
Yeah,
they're so good.
And what's sad, I'm a huge Martin Short fan. He is looking old.
Oh.
Yeah,
well, he is old.
It happens to everybody,
Yeah.
Rockstar.
Well, Steve Martin's looked the same since 1982.
Yeah, because he was premature gray at 25.
Yeah, but no, not just the gray hair, but Martin's looking a little. But yes, I would suggest that. And one thing that Lance has seen, I have never heard of it till today. 9:45 on Cinemax. Lay the Favorite.
Lay the Favorite.
I have not seen.
A kind-hearted Florida stripper becomes a Las Vegas cocktail waitress and forms a lucrative partnership with a professional sports gambler. But when the gambler's wife turns jealous, all bets are off. Bruce Willis, Vince Vaughn, Joshua Jackson.
Nope, never seen it.
I think it's 2012. A lot of actors in it.
A lot of connotation to that title of the movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Rockstar is watching. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, a New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore. For over 40 years, call for more information, 1-800-735-2787. You can also check out that incredible work. Go online today, danielmooreart.com.
Alan says Joel Klatt, just a Danny Cannell wannabe. No way, man. I like Cannell too, but Klatt is one of the top 2, if not number 1, analysts in all of college football. Love the way he and Gus do a game. And Klatt makes a point here. Now, this isn't a current top 25 ranking. This isn't the best program for the past 5 years, the best program for the last 10 years, or the last, since 2007. This is quick top-of-mind ranking, Joel writes. What is the best job in college football? The best job in college football. And he puts Alabama number 2, and he puts them behind Texas.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with that, but that doesn't mean that he has any, doesn't think Nick Saban's doing an amazing job. Just the job that you have at Texas Alabama, USC, Ohio State, and Georgia. Now, I've always thought Georgia, and that's the list in the order for Joel Klatt, Fox. Georgia's a sleeping giant, I've always thought, because of the growing recruiting in the state of Georgia and, access a little bit to Alabama, but the access you have to Florida. Should be a really good job. But off of this list, there's no LSU. Bruce Feldman and others make a point that the last 3 coaches at LSU have all won national championships. Now, that says a little bit about that program.
There's no doubt it does.
Now, it also says a little bit about that program that they've had 3 coaches since 2002 win national championships. Usually, if you've got a coach winning a national championship, you're not going through 3 coaches.
Well, they've had to fire one, and another one is staring down the gun barrel.
Yep, and one left for the NFL.
And one left for the NFL.
Yep, and became the greatest coach of all time.
Look, the LSU, I always look at recruiting base. And I think you in the past have told me I put too much emphasis on that.
No.
Okay, all right. I thought you said that one time.
That's why I say Georgia is a sleeping giant.
I hate to sound like Clay here. What is Clay's magic number, Rockstar? It's the 300-mile radius of Knoxville.
400 miles.
400-mile radius.
No, it's a short drive from everywhere. The best fertile recruiting ground in the nation.
So there's a couple things I put emphasis on. Obviously facilities, money, conference, all those things matter. But beyond that, beyond the obvious, I look at, are you the state university? And I know people might roll their eyes at that, but just go around and look at when you've got 2 programs in the state, which time is the state university the more powerful program? Just think about it for a minute. If you just want to roll through America and say, okay, I've got 2 major programs in Alabama. Well, Auburn's done well, but Alabama's the premier program, right?
Right.
All right, let's go to Georgia. I got Georgia Tech. Georgia's the premier program. There are exceptions to the rule. You get to South Carolina, Clemson's the premier program, right? But you go to Florida. Florida has been the premier program of late. Generally, Florida's been that premier program. Miami's had peaks, but they can't sustain it. Florida State's had peaks. They can't sustain it. No, Florida's the premier program.
I'm not sure Florida was anything before the 80s either.
They weren't, but neither was Miami or Florida State. I'm saying once they became something.
So in that period of time,
it's been pretty balanced.
It's been pretty balanced.
It has been, but Florida has most recently been the premier program.
I'll stack up the U's history against Florida.
Yeah, that's history though. Yeah. That's the problem. And it's been history
moving
for the
forward. You're right.
Texas,
Florida is in a lot better place.
Texas A&M. It's closer than it should be, but Texas is the premier program. I won't go through all of them, but I think you get my point.
Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
You've only got 43 more states.
I know.
Don't stop.
So I look at that. Are you the premier program? And USC is that in the state of California. And then I look at recruiting base, and USC's got the recruiting base.
Yeah, it's a weird job right now because there's a lot of politics that are involved.
There is.
And the facilities aren't great. Now, they're making renovations right now to the Coliseum, and it's getting better and better, and they've put some suites in there now. And, I don't know if you guys realize it, the Olympics are coming back in 3 years.
Yep.
So that's one of the reasons they've put a lot of the renovations into it. Is it a job, if I was Bob Stoops, that I would want? I don't know. They can pay a lot of money. Yeah. You can be the premier program in that conference.
You have settled on Stoops being
that's your guy.
Your top guy right now.
Well, when you start to look around, to me, it's slim pickings as far as like a guarantee this guy will have success. To me, it's a guarantee Bob Stoops would have success. Urban Meyer would have had success. I think Chris Peterson would have success.
So you think it's guaranteed that Bob Stoops or Chris Peterson would have success?
I do, yeah. They've never not had success. And USC would be the best job they've ever had.
I just don't think it's ever guaranteed. I don't think it was guaranteed Nick Saban was going to have success at Alabama.
Did you not think so?
I thought he would, yeah.
I thought it would be a national championship and he'd be gone.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought too, but that's guaranteed success.
Yeah. I never dreamt it would be what it is. I think if I'm a USC fan, it does bother me, even though Keaton Slovis is a good quarterback, but it bothers me that I turn on and watch Alabama and they got a kid from California that's just taking over the reins and playing.
Not just in Tuscaloosa.
And I turn on and I watch Georgia and they got a kid from California that's just taking. And I turn on and I watch Clemson. And though he has not played well this year, they got a kid from California. And I'm like,
Ohio State,
CJ Stroud. California.
But you can only have so many of these quarterbacks. You got to be able to keep them. And Slovis, look, he has struggled. And, going back to what Luginbill said, his last game in that bowl game against Iowa going back to 2019, he gets hurt, really hasn't been the same since. But you signed Jackson Dart, who is considered, another one of these top 5 quarterbacks coming out. You can only have somebody on the roster because if they're not playing, they're going to transfer.
John brings up a good point. He said, he saw a tweet that Dan Mullen was interested in USC. Dan Mullen, many people believe, did float around that rumor last year trying to, increase his stock, that his people, his agent, whatever, that the NFL was interested in him. Turns out I don't think there was a lot of interest there. People that are coaching in college now, take Peterson and Stoops, the Fox studio shows, out of the mix here. People that are coaching, Mario Cristobal is going to be a hot name because he's already in the Pac-12 and he just had a big win. That seems like that would be a knee-jerk reaction to focus in on Mario Cristobal, in my opinion. What about you?
I agree, and I still think sooner or later Cristobal will make his way back to the South.
Maybe even back to his school, Miami. 2-time national championship. No, he's a 2-time national championship winner there. It's his school, and don't ever underestimate.
He's going to believe in himself.
I think I can do that at my school. I think I can recreate it. I know the talent down there.
A lot of challenges in that job, though, that you just don't have to battle everywhere else.
But you think about Florida International, and look, he ultimately got fired from that job. We forget that. But the great job he did on the front side of the FIU job.
We don't do a lot of mama's callings anymore. Because money calls and not mama.
Right. Nick Saban's never going to Kent State.
Right. But there is something about being back in the South. I think the SEC, but if he came back, Miami will always be out there. I don't know if you leave. I know Joel's list, but I think Oregon's a better job than USC right now. I know traditionally it's not, but I think it's a better job. Why would I leave Oregon if I'm Mario Cristobal, where I've already got it going in a direction to go and redo this again at USC if I'm not going to stay there the rest of my life?
Much easier to recruit kids to LA. Much easier.
It is.
That is number one. Number two, and I don't know how much this drives him, but basically with a Pac-12 championship in the pocket, he had to float the whole Auburn thing to get any sort of raise out of Oregon. And at the time was only making like $2.5 million. I think Oregon got up to around $4 million. Bryan Harsin's getting paid more at Auburn, who actually got the Auburn job, than what Cristobal's getting paid at Oregon. And at some point, that's got to frustrate you a little bit, I would think, if I'm Mario Cristobal.
A couple more from the chat room after LT tells us about the folks at Precision Sports. We always love your input, whether you're watching us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, or on Twitter, Periscope. We appreciate you jumping in there, and we appreciate the folks at Precision Sports.
Yeah, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away, or did you tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including their new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location in Jasper. Your health can't wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Kelly B., one of our great female listeners, why would I leave Oregon? And then about $5 signs. Exactly. Money always talks. It lures you away. Ryan, cost of living has to be a massive difference from Oregon to L.A. It is different.
Mm-hmm.
So, too, is just how close you can live to your job, right? Like, that's always been the complaint about the UCLA job. It's okay for the head coach. He can afford to live in the 90210.
Oh, I would much rather, at this point in my life, and I think people, the older they become, I would much rather live in Eugene, Oregon than L.A. right now.
Right. Marty says Cristobal may be the next head coach at Alabama. I think there are some Alabama fans out there who still think that could be the guy who follows Nick Saban eventually down the road.
I could be proven wrong by this in the long run. I'll leave the door open. I have always said Mario Cristobal is the type of guy I want running my program Sunday through Friday, don't want him on Saturday. And I had plenty of people on Twitter remind me of me saying that when they cherry-picked one Saturday.
No, and I'll tell you what the difference is.
It was a big Saturday.
It's Joe Moorhead. That's the difference.
Well, and you probably leave him behind. Like if Mario Cristobal takes a job and Moorhead kills it this year, it's going to be hard for Oregon not just to promote Joe Moorhead,
yeah,
even though he failed at Mississippi State.
Well, Helfrich, you saw it with Chip Kelly. You've done that with your offensive coordinators in the past. I think it's going to be really interesting if Cristobal does take another job because I tend to agree with you. I don't think this offense is going to taper off, and it's one of the things that bothers me about James Franklin. Franklin seems like that guy.
Never had a good offense
up until Saturday. Yep. You know, he's a great face for the program. He's a rah-rah guy. He's a guy that can recruit. But the offenses outside of the 2 years with Joe Moorhead, they haven't been good.
That's the common tie down away. The only time really, even going back to the Vandy days, that James Franklin has been any good on offense were the 2 years with Joe Moorhead. I mean, that's really been it.
It was Thomas in our chat room that asked, why does everybody always assume that Lincoln Riley is tied to Oklahoma, that he'll never leave Oklahoma?
Oh, boy. I'd love if he would take a look.
Oh, you'd love him at
Oh, my
USC,
gosh.
wouldn't you?
Can you imagine? I mean, the type of skill guys you could get to come play in that offense?
Yeah, I just think Lincoln Riley, I mean, that's got to be attractive moving to the SEC out of the Big 12, doesn't it?
But doesn't it say something about them not naming Graham Harrell as the interim coach, that they
a little bit.
They don't like that style of football, is what I read from, I think it was Bruce Feldman's story on The Athletic, that was a signal from Mike Bone. We're not going after that type of coach.
Right.
He's not ready. I mean,
the fun and gun or whatever you call that.
Yeah, and I think
run and
ultimately
shoot.
what Graham Harrell is going to get upset. He's going to end off. This will be his last year at USC. I mean,
no doubt.
Yeah, more than likely you clean house anyway. But Dante Williams is a guy that came in as a cornerbacks coach last year.
Big time recruiter, though. He's one of the best recruiters in the country. And that's why I think sometimes you see those guys get named interim, because they might get it in their mind that they can still be the coach, so they keep recruiting hard.
I have this feeling that Mike Bone, Clay Helton's such a good guy. I think what happened is when Mike Bone informed him he was gone, he asked Clay Helton, who do you think should lead this program for the rest of the year? And he said Dante Williams.
Can I just, real quick, one name? If Alabama continues to kill it on offense, or, they didn't kill it last Saturday, but if they kill it on offense, I wouldn't discount the name Bill O'Brien.
No. But
it has become a place people go to look for head coaches.
You've got to figure, though, if you make the decision to fire somebody in week 2, that this process is going to churn for a long time, but not all the way till the end of the season. They will have a leader in the clubhouse, I say by Halloween, that they've settled in on, that they know is going to be the coach. And you've got to see a whole lot, I think, of Bill O'Brien for him to go all the way to the top.
You're
of the
right.
list.
You're going to have to be told no by some people.
But Bill O'Brien could fill in the back end of one of the big names that leave and go there.
Yeah, I mean, unless behind the scenes you've got that coach by Halloween, you can't get an active guy.
No. But I think your Fox guys could.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think you make the announcement, LT. I just think
you got him.
You've turned this up over the next month. You know who you've got.
Well, if you get a Bob Stoops or a Chris Peterson, you make that announcement because those guys are promoting the program the entire time.
And that helps you in recruiting a lot. All right, when we come back, we'll continue the conversation about the USC job. We love your input going. You can join us on the phones as well, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. We got a 3 and out still to come. In the final hour, Chris Doering talking about Bama in Florida, down in the swamp again. He knows a little bit about Bama in Florida. And we'll hear in our Hamburger Heaven on-campus drive-through a little bit later on, Bryan Harsin, the best of his news conference, what went on down there. Pants Store, though, want to get you ready for the big game. If you're heading to the swamp or up to Happy Valley, you want to make sure you're dressed in your team colors, whether it's the orange and blue or the crimson and white, and you can get all that at the Pants Store right now. 5 locations. Do you have them memorized yet? Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville? I don't. I have to read them right here. There's so many locations. Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville. Or you can shop online and order it online at pantsstore.com, wherever you're watching this, pantsstore.com. And this is where you can find the great fashion for game day, even for the ladies in your life. They have the smocked waist shorts, the skirts, the skirts, the booties, the bodysuits, which I've got to go online and check that out, the bodysuits, and a huge variety of the game day tops. And all stadiums now, whether it's Happy Valley or the Swamp this weekend, that require those clear purses, and the Pants Stores have a huge variety of that. You can be fashionable with a clear purse. You get that at the Pants Store as well. But for us guys, it starts with a good game day hat, or a good game day polo from Cutter & Buck, Antigua, Taylor, Mick, and a lot more, or maybe a good koozie. It's all at pantsstore.com, pantsstore.com. Back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey, cheesy, crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously. But as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Cowan Equipment poll question. We got to get this out.
Okay, I got one out.
Okay, Cowan Equipment. You already have one out?
Yeah.
My question, though, in the Cowan Equipment poll question is there a chance, has there ever been a report anywhere in the world of a kegerator exploding?
Dunaway worries about some of the most absurd things, Rockstar. You know this from being around him.
Yeah,
He literally just said, Brown, I'm afraid this thing's going to explode.
Well, we had that segment on the Mystery Fifth Hour, Irrational Thoughts for Rational
Jim
People.
has them all the time.
But I don't know if you're a rational person anymore.
Look at the code we're getting now on the front on the temperature.
It's just
Usually
kicked off.
We were kicking at 34 degrees, and now it's giving us some.
It's defrosting.
Is that what that says?
Yeah.
It's a DF.
And you go from it's not running the way it always has to, it might explode. And he literally, and here was his, you know what his solution to it was, Rockstar?
Unplug it.
No, I think we should move it in the green room.
Oh, that wall protects me if it explodes.
Yeah. I think that's his insinuation that he doesn't want it in there.
No, that's not true.
That he
I'm
wants it in
the first one that's had a beer on the air from the
That is
Kegerator.
true. He is accurate on that.
Thank you. The
All right.
breakfast beer.
That's because he set that up. He had the beer to set up his complaint.
No, I'm just worried. Look, we're getting a DF reading.
Yeah, I think you should be in the green room, guys.
DF means about to explode. The Cowan Equipment poll question, Dunaway. Which one did you watch more of?
Wait, before you go.
Yep.
You literally said, I think we have a problem. Did you not say that?
I did.
Okay,
And
what
then
did Tom Hanks say on Apollo 13?
Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah, but they ended up fine.
They did.
They did.
Hey, if
You
you're
guys
having,
ended up fine.
if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured. Use equipment or call them 1-800-239-COWAN.
Who is on the
John DF. Detonation forthcoming.
Yes, that's the way Dunaway thinks. That's funny. I like that.
Don't F around.
Who's on the hottest seat Monday? I don't think it really matters how you guys answer that question. We got the literal answer. Who was on the hottest seat Monday? It was Clay Helton, but that is how y'all voted. Which did you watch more of? 73% said Peyton and Eli.
Yeah.
27% normal Monday Night Football.
Yeah, I love Lewis. I like Steve Levy, too.
I don't dislike any of them, but I was more entertained by Peyton and Eli, and I will be interested to see. ESPN2 will not surpass them in the ratings. First of all, they were on ABC and ESPN, so the normal crew will get the higher ratings.
Right.
I'll tell you one of the problems, though, Brown. This morning when I was watching one of the shows, I forgot every analyst that came on, they were asked about Peyton and Eli.
Yeah, they're pushing.
And they all said, yeah, we were watching, which they probably were. So what does that say to the other guys?
Oh, I know. I feel bad if I'm the other crew.
I feel horrible. I asked the question before the show, what did Steve Levy ever do to ESPN except work hard for them to try to get people not to watch his Monday Night Football broadcast?
They really are.
All right. That's a Cowan Equipment poll question. Go vote right now at Next Round Live on Twitter. As we defrost the Kegerator Rockstar, it is time to do the little thing we call 3 and Out. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. 4 great locations where it's always defrosted and ready to get your car in and out.
Hey, and it's still hot out in Alabama. Drop by any of those 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto for one of their AC checks to make sure you've got fluids under the hood to stay cool behind the wheel. 4 locations and online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Better chance of winning out, Oklahoma or Ohio State?
Probably Oklahoma. I'm trying not to get baited in by the fact that they tried to erase the poor performance by Tulane by scoring as many points as they possibly could on Western Carolina.
Right.
I'm not going to get baited in by that. I'm looking at the remainder of the schedule. Iowa State does not look as tough now, though it is a little misleading what happened in that game. Texas obviously is not as tough. I mean, who do you fear in the Big 12?
I don't fear anybody.
I really don't either.
I don't either. You know, I think there could be some tricky games with a team like West Virginia, Kansas State, but I don't think Kansas State to beat them 3 consecutive seasons would completely blow me and anyone else away. And Iowa State beat them last year. They're not going to sneak up on them.
Yeah, but what if Stanford's a really good football team and Kansas State just made them look so bad the first week? You know, because Kansas State
survived Illinois State this past week.
They did. Kansas
State's an underdog at home this week to Carson Strong in Nevada.
Okay.
Just
point
saying.
taken. I'll sit over here and DF.
No, I'm going to go Oklahoma based on that Ohio State defense, and the Big Ten is really, really good.
Yeah, but I'm going to take Oklahoma.
All right.
Second down.
I could tell you were really confident in your answer there.
I was just setting
though.
a point up that maybe Kansas State was better than we thought they were because they beat the eyes out of Stanford, who beat USC, who fired their coach.
Do you have more confidence right now in Florida or Ole Miss?
Winning out?
No.
Oh, just confidence overall.
Yeah.
Ole Miss.
You have more confidence in Ole Miss over Florida?
I mean, neutral site right now, you take Ole Miss?
I think neutral site would be a fantastic game. I'd probably take Ole Miss.
I'd take Florida. Yeah. I think the offense isn't what it was last year because the offense was really good last year. I think we will see that Florida is a pretty good team. This weekend, Alabama wins by 17 or 20.
I think I would take Florida over Ole Miss right now. Ole Miss does look much improved.
Yep.
Yeah, I do. Ole Miss scares me probably more than Florida does because of their style of play and their receivers. I think Ole Miss receivers are better, their quarterback's better, but I think ultimately Florida's defense is pretty darn good.
Third down.
You've got more confidence right now, 2 teams that just cracked the top 25. Would you have it in Arkansas or Michigan?
I mean,
similar styles of football, by the way.
The tricky part about Arkansas is the remainder of their schedule. That doesn't determine how much confidence I have in them. but their schedule is so much more difficult than what Michigan's got to play.
I would take Arkansas to beat Michigan.
I think I would too.
Head-to-head on neutral site.
Yeah.
But Michigan's record will be better
Correct.
because of the teams they play.
Correct.
Running the football and playing great defense on the front seven travels anywhere in the country. Arkansas is better in that department, though Michigan did take the Patton approach this past week. But Arkansas, I think, did it against a better team. I think Arkansas is where I would go there.
4th down.
Do you have more confidence in saying second best team in conference right now, Iowa in the Big Ten or Virginia Tech in the ACC?
Iowa in the Big Ten. I don't know who it is in the ACC.
Virginia Tech looked pretty good. What's his name? Burmeister?
Yeah.
Burmeister. I liked him at quarterback. Really speedy kid. Got to learn to get down. I would take Virginia Tech second best in the ACC.
Yeah, I think I would too. By the way, speaking of quarterbacks, it got overshadowed because they played nobody. DJ did not play any better week 2 than he did week 1.
He did not.
And it was a worse opponent.
I finally watched a little bit of that. It was on a couple of days ago. And same flat throws.
Yep.
Part of our show being brought to you by Vulcan Tires. That's 3 and out.
Yeah, as the kids are back in school or off at college, make sure they'll be safe on the road. Take their vehicle by any of the 4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Auto. Get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, the Braves back in action tonight, and it'll be interesting to watch the American League wild card race down the stretch as the Yankees and the Red Sox try to fight into that. When we come back, Brown has a little something we want to discuss about rivals and the likelihood of a team making the playoffs. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, where Brown goes and gets straightened out in life.
I do, man. I was just trying to get loose from a golf swing, and what I found out is that the nervous system, spine alignment, it controls everything, every cell, every tissue, every organ in your body. So getting it properly aligned helps your entire body, and it's for every age. Dr. Lee Goldenberg and his staff, Dr. Lee always says, easier to grow healthy kids than repair damage in adults. So get them started right. Greystone Chiropractic off 119 in Tattersall Park. Enjoy a healthier life today. GreystoneChiropractor.com. 205-981-8090. GreystoneChiropractor.com. I think it's going to blow when we move. 205-981-8090.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Are you thinking about football season? I know I am in this football season. Are you ready to have the better distance vision? That's right, sitting in the stands, seeing all the plays on the field. LASIK surgery may be right for you. Call Michelson Laser Vision to make a no-cost, no-obligation appointment today. And with their affordable payment plans, you can afford to have it all. Football tickets and LASIK surgery, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make that call today. Michelson Laser Vision, 969-8100.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
That sound means someone got great advice. Always have a good plumber on standby. For me, that is Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Jeremy Purvis and his team can handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927 or ironmountainworld.com. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, and they are licensed, bonded, and insured. ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. I bet 15214.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The next round's always presented by our friends at Bud Light, and we're broadcasting from high atop the Blue Lake Center in the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester. I was trying to go buy low, buy ear here and put this in this ear. I've always been, my whole TV career, I've always been my right ear. I was trying to
why
go
did you
left ear.
change just now?
I was just trying not to lose my hearing in one ear, so I tried the other one. But you know what? It doesn't work, Rockstar.
It just doesn't fit, does it?
No, you get used to something one way and hearing it one
I've
way.
always done my right.
You know,
Me too. You always
yeah,
been in your
because
right.
Rockstar is a single ear guy.
Well, because you got other stuff going on in here.
Yeah, I got to have two ears.
Okay, on your phone, though.
Right ear all the time.
I think I go left ear.
I go left ear.
Yeah.
I'm right ear all the time.
Because I'm doing things with my right hand. Yeah, me too.
I never thought people would criticize our headphones as much when we started a video stream. People kill me and Lance for hours.
Well, because you have like half a foot of
What the hell are you supposed to do?
Well, no, we're working on that. I think we're going to get.
I'm talking about both of you though. Like you don't have much.
No, we're getting that fixed.
People don't understand. We're still not. I mean, I know we've got the most comfortable couch in the world and the Kegerator in here for completing the studio, but there's still a couple of more things that are happening down the road, which we still don't have our main camera shot yet.
Yeah, back
here,
orders,
which is going to be able to push you guys a little further away.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you guys have noticed, the Suez Canal is blocked again earlier this week. So
oh, dear.
Shipping around the world is not as easy. But
Yeah.
Are you setting me up for something?
No, I'm just saying the back orders.
Big great time for it. When you need to ship something, what do you do, LT?
You call our friends at Ship Happens. In today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on time, and affordable shipments are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done from LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited. Ship Happens is ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
What they're killing me and Lance for is using the Apple headphones that just come with a phone. Like, they assume because we do this for a living, we'd go out and spend $200 on headphones. I can't find any I like the sound of better than this.
Better too, yeah.
And you guys would be shocked at how
I've had beats. I've had bows.
I've had them all.
Yeah, I have too.
And you would be shocked at how comfortable you become with a sound of a headphone.
Oh, yeah,
And
absolutely.
just changing it totally screws you up when you do this for a
I'll
living.
tell you what I like about those headphones when I wear my, wireless AirPods is that it's sort of an open air as well. It's not pumping just out of the centerpiece. It pumps out of the backside
It's
as
just
well.
the sound. It sounds right.
Yeah,
I've tried them all.
I think
trust
they
me.
beat you up a little bit because the cord looks really tight.
Yeah.
But that's because you're not where you're going to be. You're going to be closer to where we designed you to be when our new camera comes in, when it gets through the Suez Canal.
That's our problem.
And we didn't know Ship Happens when we ordered this, or we would have done Ship Happens, and we'd be in a lot better place right now.
Yes. The
This
ships
hour-
are literally stuck.
Yeah, this hour right now being brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. More on Champy's Chicken in a second. I think we're going to have lunch from Champy's Chicken up here on Thursday, hopefully, if I can get Sterling on the phone and get some of their great world-famous tamales and some of their chicken on a stick up here. So we'll be glad to show you guys on Thursday what I've been talking about all the time from our friends at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. A couple of Saturdays now in a row for college football. I've gotten a big tailgate package and enjoyed Champy's Chicken. You can do that too. Poor boys as well, tenders and those full fried chicken plates. You'll want to swing by there on your way to a tailgate, whether it's Friday or Saturday night. Check out champyschicken.com. Brownie's got a story from Rivals that's going to give us percentages of making the playoffs. And LT asked,
And it's an opinion story, by the way. Yeah, there's no mathematical way to do this.
LT asked us who we had confidence in, so I'll be interested to hear where they have an Iowa or Auburn opponent this week, Penn State, because Penn State has a good win on the road in Wisconsin, where they have a team, not named Alabama and Georgia, because right now, Alabama and Georgia, I don't guess you can say it 100%, but they're going to be high 90s for me. I'd probably put them at 95 plus for both of those teams to be in the playoffs. It'll be interesting to see where Rivals puts everyone else, because Ohio State's got a loss, Clemson has a loss, Oklahoma is what they are. Oregon now, how close are they to being a lock? So Rivals.com with a percentage conversation about some playoff contenders.
They put one at 100%, and I am curious, would you too put Alabama at 100% right now?
I would right now.
Well, I mean, you say right now, so to me, that's an absolute 100%. You got to leave the door open. That's why I said above 95%, because they could lose a game and all of a sudden it's not 100%. So
okay, your most difficult game now, looking forward. I can't wait again to see Auburn and Penn State on Saturday night. If Auburn goes into that environment, Bo Nix plays well, then the most difficult game to me, looking on Alabama's schedule now, becomes Auburn.
Yeah, at Jordan-Hare.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Auburn fans have been telling us that all summer long and first couple of weeks. What if they win at Penn State? What are you going to say about Auburn? What if they win at Penn State? Well, say it looks very different.
It will look very different, but again, you got to win at Penn State first. Watching A&M this past weekend, that A&M team can't beat Alabama. Based on what I've seen from Florida, they can't beat Alabama. LSU's not beating Alabama. Ole Miss is tricky, but that game is in Bryant-Denny.
And with the Matt Zenitz report yesterday on Haynes King, I think that's the Texas A&M team Alabama's going to get. Is the one that's led by Zach Calzada.
Well, you don't want Haynes King first game back to be against Alabama.
No, I would not. Unless he's definitely 100%. So 100% Alabama, that's the only team they put at 100%. So I'm curious, would either one of you put another team at 100% college football playoff?
I wouldn't put Alabama at 100%.
Right, so you wouldn't?
I would put Alabama at 100%.
But nobody else. No. 75% is Oklahoma, Oklahoma.
Are they second on this list?
They are second on the list at 75%.
So not a lot of belief from Rivals that two SEC teams would get in there. I would put that very high right now.
Two SEC teams?
Yeah, I don't. LT brought up the scenario with Clay, but if it's Alabama, Georgia unbeaten in the SEC championship game, both of those teams are getting in.
Well, you know this, Clemson going undefeated, winning the ACC is not getting in over Georgia.
No. Not if their only losses
and
to an unbeaten Alabama.
I think both would get in, but I still feel 75% is about right for Oklahoma.
Yeah, I feel good about that for Oklahoma.
Now, hurting that case, Brown, was Oregon beating Ohio State this weekend, because that left the Pac-12 in play. You almost had this scenario where, with the Pac-12 reputation, if Ohio State had done what they were supposed to do to Oregon, that would have knocked the Pac-12 out of consideration, and Georgia had in Alabama had the chess move against Clemson for both of them to get in. But now with Oklahoma out there, a Big Ten champion with a different reputation, and Oregon, if they go unbeaten, that complicates getting 2 SEC teams in.
And I accidentally, before we started this, left an important qualifier out here. These are undefeated teams they're talking about here. They've not addressed the one-loss team. So I'll be curious to see where you guys would place Clemson and Ohio State now. So they've got Alabama at 100%, Oklahoma at 75%, Oregon at 60%. Still undefeated Oregon, with the way the Pac-12 has looked, only at 60%.
I do not feel great about Oregon State.
So you would go lower than 60.
I still think Oregon's going to lose a game, and I think one loss, they're probably out.
Yeah, to me, Oregon, even with that big win at Ohio State, is playing for that 4th spot still. Until Oklahoma, Georgia, and Alabama loses, they're playing for that 4th spot. That's what they're shooting for. I don't think they can climb even over Oklahoma, who doesn't have a win like the one Oregon has.
Yeah, and I think it was a good moment for Oregon. Everything hit right. Anthony Brown doesn't seem like a quarterback that's going to be able to dominate through a 12-game season, and you're already down your best player. I don't know if Thibodeau's coming back. I don't know what that situation is.
I mean, it looked like he was questionable to play Saturday, though, right?
Yeah, I mean
that's the way we were.
He was active on the sideline.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't dressed, but I mean, he was, swinging a shirt and cheering.
Right now, Oklahoma only has one ranked team left on their schedule.
That's right.
I mean, Iowa State is it. It's not exactly a back-breaking schedule remaining for Oklahoma.
But don't you feel like Oklahoma, perception-wise, already had a head start on Oregon and will look different? How they beat the Big 12 teams, you could see the Pac-12 and Oregon winning some of these games in a lot more difficult fashion than Oklahoma will in the Big 12 games.
I mean, I think some of these Big 12 teams could sneak into the bottom of the top 25, and we frequently see this with the College Football Playoff Committee. Is we talk about it all the time. They'll rank teams low to justify what they have at the top of the rankings.
Backload, yeah.
Right. So, an Oklahoma State, Iowa State will stick in there probably, a Baylor, a TCU, somebody like that could sneak in. But right now, Oklahoma's schedule has got one ranked team left, and it's Iowa State, next to last game of the season. They got Georgia at 50%. So Alabama 100%, Oklahoma 75%, Oregon 60%, Georgia 50%. These are just the undefeated teams.
I think they're wrong here, just based on the fact when you look at Georgia's. Well, yeah, when you look at Georgia's remaining schedule.
Yeah, and go by quality of wins right now. Say what nobody thinks Clemson's what they were right now, but that's still a quality win. That's the second best win of the year right now.
And I think it was when Clay, in the middle of that conversation somehow, the light clicked on that as long as Clemson wins out, we're really going to forget about how bad they looked against Georgia.
Yeah.
And if Georgia continues to win
and that was a 10-3 game, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
They were, and the touchdown was a defensive touchdown. So I think Clemson should be higher than that, and they're not on the list yet.
Well, because they got the one loss.
Georgia should be higher, and I think Clemson probably is higher than 50% too.
I just, DJ Uyunglele has not played well in 2 games. I'm assuming they'll get him squared away, but if they do not,
they will.
Okay. I still don't know if they don't who's going to beat them. I know you like Boston College, but they lost their quarterback.
Yeah, Jurkovic's
done for the season, so you can't like them that much anymore. NC State looked very pedestrian in Starkville. I mean, that was a road game that you looked at Clemson and you're like, right night for NC State, maybe they could pull it off. I mean, I watched them in Starkville. They were a long way from beating Clemson. At least
really
they were
are.
Saturday night.
And they've got some injuries. They lost one of the better players in the ACC to an injury down in Starkville.
35%, Penn State and UCLA. Both these teams still undefeated. Penn State obviously gets Auburn this weekend. UCLA is just laying in the weeds right there in the Pac-12.
Not happening.
35%. Wow, that's a pretty low percentage. But UCLA, you done with you on the T-shirts.
I do. I own more UCLA shirts than any. Who they play this week? Maybe I'll wear one on Friday, and we'll just end this Chip Kelly talk.
I mean, you could
Fresno could beat them.
Yeah,
I'm taking a look at it. Right now.
Fresno played Oregon pretty well, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah. 30%. They've got Florida. Would you go as low as 30% for Florida?
Okay, hold on. Cody wants to say if UCLA and Oregon play each other, and they're both undefeated when they play, winner get in.
Yes. Because Oregon could be as high as number 3. UCLA would be a top 10. Yeah, winner gets in.
And they could play twice, though. If that occurs, they probably play twice.
Then that wouldn't happen. They wouldn't obviously be undefeated.
Well, the worst case scenario, though, is one wins the regular season, the other one wins, and they both get left out. Florida at 30%.
Not happening.
So you'd go lower than 30% on
Well,
Florida.
yeah, I asked, speaking of percentages, I asked Luginbill, what is the percentage, if 100% is what they were in Atlanta last year, what was this Florida team that Alabama was about to play? And he said offensively less than 50% of what they were last year.
That's about right.
Yeah, and that's a big difference.
They're not using Kyle Pitts anymore. Falcons aren't using him either for some reason, but that is a massive loss. I mean, Kyle Pitts and Kyle Trask, obviously. But even with their two quarterbacks, Kyle Pitts would still be putting up massive numbers, and that was a massive loss.
Some more on that list after LT tells you about the great folks at Gutter Cap. Had an opportunity yesterday to recommend Gutter Cap to some folks. They said, hey, do you guys have a gutter cleaning service? And I said, we not only do we have a gutter cleaning service, we have somebody who will clean your gutters and then cap them to where you never have to worry about it again.
Yes, Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters to keep out the debris, eliminate the gutter cleaning forever. It's backed with that lifetime warranty, almost a 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212 or online, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it, Gutter Cap.
Before you finish that list, jump in the chat room. A college football playoff for him is Bama, Georgia, Oklahoma, and then you can pick anybody else. I don't care, he says.
This team is pretty doggone low, and they are still undefeated. This is Rivals.com putting a percentage on the undefeated teams of making the playoffs. They got Notre Dame at 20%. And I know they've been far from impressive, but they are still undefeated and
name brand.
And they're a name brand. They got losable games coming up, though.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no doubt they're going to drop.
They're going to lose multiple games.
I think probably so.
But see, what hurt them more, and this isn't really fair. You know, Toledo not being a name brand, and then Florida State losing to Jack State.
Yeah.
I mean, that was
a bad Saturday.
That's a bad Saturday, but Jack State caught Florida State at a good time.
Of course they did.
And upset them.
Short week coming off emotional loss, a lot of things,
And upset them.
Yeah.
They deserved the win. They upset them.
And Jack State had a long week. I mean, it was the perfect scenario.
But tougher scenario when Notre Dame was there because of the crowd and the build up for that game and everything. The players were up for it. And then we told you Toledo would be a challenge. It's one of the better coached teams in America at Toledo. So we knew that was going to be a challenge.
Well,
what does Notre Dame do moving forward?
Well, they've got a challenge this week against Purdue.
Yep.
I mean, based on
Purdue, 2-0.
Based on the Purdue offense that I've watched thus far, they'll give Notre Dame some problems. Notre Dame's defense, they haven't figured it out under Marcus Freeman yet.
Hey, is this going to be awkward, Drew Brees doing the Notre Dame-Purdue game?
I don't think so. Brees was really, really good.
Yeah, I didn't get to see him.
With Tirico on Peacock this past week. They go to main NBC this week.
Right. It's a 1:30 NBC kick, but obviously Drew Brees is maybe the greatest player in Purdue history.
Yeah. Gary Danielson would question you.
Gary would be incorrect,
Yeah, he
but
would
he
be.
could.
I don't know.
It's a great opportunity, Rockstar.
I don't know. Haven't been able to watch him this year. Has he not been on? Oh, Saturday will be the big game, right?
I like the fact that you're Gary Danielson. You know what your Gary Danielson is? It's your Pam Ward with a scratchy voice. No, you're Beth Mowens. You're Beth Mowens with a scratchy voice.
Coming back from the quarterback.
Now just goes
first down.
But Notre Dame plays Purdue, Wisconsin, Cincinnati, Virginia Tech the next 4. There are losses in there.
Yeah, they could easily be 0-2 right now.
Yeah. They've got Michigan at 15%. I didn't see anything out of Michigan. Big group at 5% that includes Texas A&M, Ole Miss, Iowa, Arizona State, Virginia Tech. Anybody jump out of that one for you?
Well, Iowa does, just based on it's only 5%. And we're talking about a team that the defense has been so dominant. And you do have a really good running back.
And Rivals is not buying into Auburn's first 2 wins. They give them a 0% chance.
Probably did in 2013 and 2004 as well.
Look, I mean, everybody is wait and see right now on Auburn. We'll find out a lot Saturday. And if they go win this game at Penn State, it doesn't mean Auburn's all of a sudden going to be an 11-1 team. There are plenty of difficult games left on this schedule. It's just a great step in the right direction for Bryan Harsin.
Again, let's not forget, Penn State lost 5 games last year.
They did, yeah.
Carrie in the chat room says Bob Greasy holding up his 2 Super Bowl rings.
That's in Miami, which I appreciate Bob Greasy for winning those for my Dolphins. Drew Brees is a better college player. Drew Brees is the best Purdue player of all time.
Yeah, Purdue in the Rose Bowl.
I'm in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't think it's an argument. Just there are some great Purdue players along the way.
Rondell Moore is a fantastic Purdue player.
Rod Woodson. Rod Woodson actually might be better than Drew Brees.
Maybe so.
Yeah. Bob Greasy, by the way, is just, people forget who he was. 2-time Super Bowl champion. Bob Greasy may end up being a better announcer than Drew Brees, but that's going to be close.
I thought Greasy was good. I always liked him as an announcer.
Going to be close.
Yeah.
Going to be close. His son's not getting a break on Monday Night Football because he's stuck beside Steve Levy, who apparently has made everybody at ESPN mad because they try to counter-program him every week against him. All right, that's the rivals list there from Brownie. Mike Allstott was a Purdue guy.
Yep.
Thank you, Carson. Allstott, great Buccaneer.
Rockstar,
Allstott was a running back before he was a fullback with your Tampa Bay Bucks.
Athletic man.
What would Berman do on Allstott when he would get the carry? He would always look that way.
We had a very tragic injury.
I got Berman at halftime last night of the Mannings.
Yeah, he was on at halftime. Yeah.
Hey, that Berman during that time was the
great.
best in the
I
business.
know. I didn't know how good we had it.
Doing stuff like that right there is just fantastic. Do it again for me, Rocky.
Then we have a tragic injury.
It would
From?
Yeah, Mike Allstott from Purdue. He and TJ, man, I didn't know how good we had it. I missed that.
Yeah, TJ has just disappeared.
I guess so. I think he just retired and he walked away. But I mean, again, it makes it sound old as that sometimes before you, that was sometimes the only time you saw that part of that game.
That's right. And before that was the
before Sunday
extended
Ticket and all that, yeah.
Yeah, the extended highlights. All right, that's from rivals.com if you want to go read more of that happening right there. Did anybody's social media get taken over last night by women dresses at the Met Gala last night? Did anybody see that?
I was watching game, again, local restaurant bar, roommate. That's all she was doing was just going through all of the different outfits at the Met. And it's weird. I guess it's an opportunity if you've got a ton of money and you've got access to dress completely odd and wear something you would never wear anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm actually alarmed by how much of it I saw. I'm going to have to call some people I follow that it showed up in my timeline that much during Monday Night Football.
Tell it was set up when the Manning brothers asked Russell Wilson about Sierra and where she was. But her dress.
Well, she was wearing Russell's
spot on. It was
probably a $250,000 designer dress, by the way.
Yeah, but it had his jersey design from the Super Bowl, and I thought it was a good look. The sparkle stuff was probably all diamonds, right?
She might have had the best looking dress that I saw. Now, I only saw the weird ones.
Yeah. Well, Madonna's daughter looked really good.
I didn't see her.
I didn't see that one.
She does. She has some
arm hair or underarm hair.
Yes.
Rockstar, just pull some of them. There was a dude that it looked like the Gimp from Pulp Fiction.
Well, do it on the other side when we get to Trash on the Table. Trash with LT coming up on the other side. We'll do that. And look at the Met dresses last night. Now, Billie Eilish looked pretty good as well.
What a tease on this. We're going to look at the Met dresses for last night.
What in the hell?
Yeah, what is that? Who is that, Rockstar?
It's the Shadow. It's the Shadow.
You're not seeing anything. I don't know.
I mean, what if that was your Tinder date?
I mean, somebody is in.
Are you going the other way?
I mean, my gosh, who would wear that?
Hi, my name is Ninja. Nice meeting you.
You know, the funniest thing on the Mannings is at least the funniest thing to me.
Kim Kardashian.
Oh, that's Kim Kardashian? No, she would never cover her face.
I'm sure she took that off.
No, listen, I can tell backside that ain't Kardashian.
Yeah. Well, that's why the black is very slimming.
It ain't that slimming.
Yeah.
She's got 2 pot roasts there.
And then the cape. It's very distractive.
It is.
It's a shadow. It's just a silhouette.
Oh, and you know she'd get pissed if somebody stood on that thing.
When we come back, we'll do Trash with LT, part of our show being brought to you by TruckWorks. If you're looking for a new career, TruckWorks is the place to check out right now on their website, truckworks.com, truckworks.com. It's TruckWorks with an X. You hit the Join Our Team tab to find the jobs. They've got openings in sales, management, service techs, deliveries, and a lot more. All levels of experience right now with TruckWorks. If you don't know what TruckWorks is, it's Alabama and Mississippi's premier commercial truck dealer. And they're hiring right now. Even people like Clay Helton could get a job right now at TruckWorks. 13 locations, Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. Check them out online right now at truckworks.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Buying a house is stressful. Selling a home is stressful. It's an emotional process leaving your home where you raised your family and moving to the home of your dreams. You need a realtor to help you buy with confidence and sell with success. That realtor is Holly Mack Wilson. She is an experienced realtor who often gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Call Holly Mack Wilson and let her help you buy with confidence and sell with success. 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Keller Williams Tuscaloosa realtor.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Those big home games are coming, and you need the game day gear from the Pants Store. Game day polos from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, and Taylor and Mick. Every guy loves a great hat. The Pants Store has all the hats, Yeti coolers, cups, Huggies, plus sunglass brands for men and women. Ray-Ban, Costa, and Gooder. See everything at pantsstore.com, including ladies' game day fashion in smocked waist shorts, skirts, skirts, booties, and bodysuits. All this at 5 locations of the Pants Store in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and online at pantsstore.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
Next round rolling on. We'll look at those Met Gala dresses in just a second. But first, every Monday, we ask you to send us images from your football weekend, and we choose from those. A lot of tough choices this week because a number of you made the trip to Tallahassee as Jack State fans or watched the Gamecocks pull the upset. But the winner of our New Life Art giveaway this week is actually an NFL game up in Nashville. Forrest, if you'll pull it up, there's B. Rich and friends up there with Derrick Henry. Now, is that a Derrick Henry cutout outside the stadium, or is that really Derrick Henry?
He's got a pole in his ass. It better be.
Yeah.
Pre-game ritual, man.
Yeah, that's Derrick Henry up there. That's not really Derrick Henry, though. So we
It
just
is
gave it to a cutout. I thought it was really Derrick Henry.
Yeah.
Thought he was leaned up against the fence.
I know he's a tough guy, but my God.
Derek, we're going to need you to stand here.
That's why he played so bad.
Sit still.
So Be Rich is the winner this week of our New Life Art Image of the Weekend giveaway.
Hey, New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. 1-800-735-2787 for more information, or check out his incredible work today. Go to danielmooreart.com.
Okay, everyone says that was Kim Kardashian. Do you have more dresses, Rockstar, that we want to take a look at from the Gala last night, the Metropolitan Museum of Arts? Gala, beautiful dress there.
That's fantastic.
That's Rihanna right there.
God, that looks hot.
Yep.
I mean, not
The
like
girl on the quilt behind
I
her.
know, not like good hot.
No,
I mean,
it's like a Reese's peanut butter cup is shriveled up in that wrapping.
Yep.
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 Oh, okay.
I
Who
could
is
do
that?
that. Yeah.
That's
A
Haley
little-
Steinfeld.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like her at all.
Yep.
Camila Cabello.
Mm-hmm.
Some guy.
Shawn Mendes trying to do his best Mick Jagger.
He lost his shirt.
That is Shawn Mendes? I never thought he was that cut up.
Yeah. Kristen Stewart looks like she forgot the party was going on.
Yep. Ooh.
Little Nas X.
That is a lot to carry around.
Is that Little Nas
that
X in the
is.
dress?
It's a big robe.
You know,
yeah.
there's a lot of rotating doors in New York because obviously the temperature, and I don't know how you would get through a rotating door.
Oh, look at that.
Who is that, Rockstar? Scroll back up. The real Iman?
That looks like an extra from Coming to America.
It really does.
Yep. I mean, does a peacock walk by that and say,
"Wait, who we got here?"
They're showing me up here.
Yes. Lance, that's
Okay.
Olivia Rodrigo.
I feel guilty now. I think she's 18.
Little young.
Yeah.
Simone Biles in a marshmallow, I guess.
That's Simone Biles?
Yep.
How about that?
Well, if she got anxious on the balance beam coming up those stairs in that dress,
That's J-Lo. Still got it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
J-Lo. Paul, go back to J-Lo for a second.
Okay, literally
You done?
legs, Carrie
You done?
Underwood or J-Lo.
But that's a tight race.
Yeah.
Yep. Who's that old boy? Looks like he's about to paint my house.
That Timothy kid that,
Chalamet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not bad. Beautiful night there at the Gala. Well, look, is that a Marilyn Monroe tribute from Billie Eilish?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
I got to be honest.
First time I've never seen her in anything but black.
This is when the weirdo comes out of the weirdo.
Who is that wearing a dress?
Francis boy Pete Davidson.
Pete Davidson. Okay.
And girls think he is actually a good-looking dude.
Well, he's had some nice-looking young ladies. All right.
All right. The Gala last night. Will we ever be invited to?
I don't want to go.
No.
They can invite me every year running, and
I
never
would
go
disappoint. I guess
Book
you
it
could wear
2023. We are
to that.
there.
Never going to do it.
Dunaway could wear his Raiders of the Lost Ark glasses with your shirt from yesterday. They'd be like, damn, look at this guy. He's cutting edge.
Who are you wearing? The PGA Pro Shop. Sales rack. All right. Time with Trash with LT is brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Thank you very much for giving me this. And I appreciate my fans also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, it's the American dream to buy your own home, and Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all of the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Brown, I know you're going to love this. All things pumpkin flavored coming to Trader Joe's this fall, just right up the road from us.
You do like the pumpkin flavor.
My
don't you?
wife buys these cookies. I don't even know how to describe them.
Pumpkin flavored?
Well, they are pumpkin flavored, Rockstar, but it's like I can't even describe them. But it's got a little cream in the middle. I love them.
I'll tell you, the first
Could eat
few
'em all
here
day.
sound good.
All right.
Pumpkin bagels, I could do that.
Yep. I'd try that. Toasted with some butter on it. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Pumpkin cream cheese, I could do
Yep,
that.
absolutely. On the pumpkin bagel.
Pumpkin waffles, I could do that.
I think I've had that, actually.
Pumpkin Greek yogurt, I could do that.
Yeah, I'll try it. Yeah. I mean,
Pumpkin oats, I could do it.
Yeah, probably so.
Pumpkin ice cream, I'm in.
You've tried it?
I said I would try it.
Yeah. This is where it gets a little weird.
Okay.
I'm a big hummus fan, but pumpkin hummus doesn't do it for me.
You would do pumpkin ice cream before you would pumpkin hummus?
Yeah.
I like my hummus
which is
spicy.
Just smashed up black-eyed peas.
Yeah, but that's more of the salty treat to the sweet.
Yeah.
The pumpkin.
Think chickpeas you're thinking.
Can I tell you, we have
black-eyed
peas. That way it is.
We have
bad hummus.
Mud puddle.
No, they do black-eyed pea hummus too.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Do they really?
They absolutely do. If not, we'll start it tomorrow. Just so I'm right.
Just so you can be correct.
I think
I'm
we
going to
do.
look it up.
Somebody black-eyed pea hummus. We sometimes do pumpkin instead of potatoes, roasted pumpkin squares.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds good too. But
Little sea salt, little
my
black
pumpkin
pepper,
and hummus, no.
little
Pumpkin
olive oil.
Alfredo sauce, I'm out. And pumpkin butter, I could do pumpkin butter.
There are recipes for black-eyed pea hummus. I don't know that you can buy it in a store. I think you just make it.
It's all over the place.
I mean, there's
cannibal.
cannibal. There's a dude that eats a guy's foot tonight somewhere in the world. Okay,
I like
Y'all
Boston bean hummus.
Y'all need to get out of your gated communities occasionally and go eat with the rest of us.
Okay, I'm going to give you guys some pieces of good advice.
All right.
You can be the ripest, juiciest peach there is, and there will still be people who don't like peaches.
That is true.
That's a great advice.
I don't know how you don't like peaches, though. They are fantastic.
Here's
one of the
another
best
one.
fruits.
Hating someone is like drinking poison yourself and waiting until it kills them.
Yep.
Yeah, that's there's some truth to that.
Oh, there
Yeah.
is. And again, I don't know, Brown, I don't think you hate anyone.
I try not to.
Don't know why you only hate a few. I only hate one.
Mm-hmm. But, I don't want to get too deep in this.
I mean, hate is a strong word.
It is a strong word.
I really don't know if you hate anybody or not.
I don't know if I do either or not. It's really a fleeting moment when I do.
But can I make the point here, Lance, without getting too deep, that your hate for him, I think, has allowed him to occupy a lot of your mind over the years?
No, really, it only comes up in things like this.
Well, yeah, but it comes up frequently.
Every day.
Yes, almost every day on the show it comes up. Yeah.
Popcorn. It's that son of a.
he's a lousy bastard.
I know a lot of people don't like him,
But it's like in the chat room, you'll occasionally see people that are complaining about their rivals or saying this about their rivals or this. You're like, why do you care so much about the other team?
Yeah, I can't let it go.
Yeah, I know you can, but I guess my point is, look what we're doing. Who knows what he's doing? We've won. We won.
Well, I guarantee you he's miserable.
He was bad to all. Well, there you go. You're not miserable. You're having fun in life.
Here's another good piece of advice. Comparison is the thief of joy.
Yep. That's another thing that will eat up all your time. If you're always looking at what somebody else has, you don't appreciate what you've got.
Oh, I got to go to the Bahamas, but he got to go to Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You've always loved Greece, haven't you?
Santorini, that's where you want to go.
Okay, another piece of good advice. Be nice to all of your coworkers. You never know who will become your boss one day.
100% true.
And the final good piece of advice. Don't make permanent decisions on temporary emotions.
True. I got to buy a car.
Dunaway, you're a little bit of an impulse buyer. You are.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, yeah.
Do you feel as though you've done that before?
Oh, I've done that, yeah. Told that story a couple of times about the Suzuki Samurai.
That's right, yeah.
Didn't test drive it, just
impulse
bought it.
buy, yep.
Because I was
drove it with the emergency brake all the way.
Yeah, well, the four-wheel drive was locked in the hubs all the way from Lexington, Kentucky to Panama City
smoking.
Beach, Florida. Yeah.
Can you imagine how hot?
Going through the Smokies, going downhill, won't get over 60.
You listen to 38 Special the whole time.
Just blaring.
Caught up in you, man.
That soft top going.
The first time you stopped to buy gas, did you not smell something burning?
Yeah, I was not getting the gas mileage that was on the sticker either. That was still on the window because I hadn't had time to peel it off. Probably should have test drove that thing.
Yeah,
probably wouldn't have bought it.
I don't even know if I believe this next story, Rocky, but Max Oliver is still working on a lobster boat at the age of 78. That's pretty incredible, right?
Is that the
when he'll finally get done with it?
Is that the guy from the TV, the reality show? Yeah, Deadliest Catch.
This is just the main lobster guy.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Age 78.
78 is impressive, right?
That is impressive.
If you think that's astounding, it's nothing compared to his crewmate. She's 101 years old. It's Virginia Oliver, Max's mother.
Wow. How about that?
Still climbs onto the ship 3 days a week from May to November to try to catch lobsters off the coast of Maine. Now, together, mother and son work as a tandem, doing one of the most hazardous jobs in the country. Max hauls the traps from the water while Virginia measures their catches, keeping the large lobsters, releasing the ones that are too small. For her, this is by second nature. She's been lobstering off and on since she was 7 or 8, right before the Great Depression.
Wow.
Before.
She went on to tell the Boston Globe, quote, "It's not hard work for me. It might be for somebody else, but not for me. Now, Virginia shows no signs of slowing down and has no plans of retiring from lobstering. And for anyone who asks how much longer she plans on doing it, she says, quote, until I die, and I don't know when that will be.
I mean, just think about that, Brown. If you got that same kind of effort from Nick Saban, that'd be 30 more years of him coaching at Alabama.
That would be pretty
31 more
remarkable,
years.
wouldn't it? Yeah. Do you think it was hard to sell lobster during the Great Depression?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a delicacy.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Plane carrying 134 people made an emergency landing in Austria when one of its passengers refused to leave the toilet.
The toilet?
Yep.
This must be
According
going
to
bad.
Belgian aviation site, aviation24.b, local police said passenger locked himself in the toilet shortly after takeoff. The captain of the air flight, WK371, finally decided to land in Graz around 1:15 p.m. to deal with the situation. Once the plane landed, the man finally let himself out of the toilet without giving any explanation for his behavior. Nothing suspicious was found in his luggage. The man had to continue the final stretch by train once the plane could take off again following the unusual flight delay. Why not just leave him in there? What do you...
Yeah, what's the problem?
Well, you think he's got a bomb or something like that? You think he's
You
a
come
threat?
out of there, we're going to turn this plane around. I promise you.
How upset are you if you're in that plane?
I'd be
You're a
mad at
passenger.
him.
Like, we have to take
but
the
here's
rest by
the thing.
train.
If
But still.
he's got a bomb, there's really nothing you can do at that point.
That's
anyway.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd throw both of my peanuts at him.
black eyed peanuts.
6, I eat 4.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine
but-
opening that bathroom door and going, whoo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just get really nervous.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
He did have a bomb, and it's not what we thought.
I think we are blown away by these new studies. How about this one? A sting from a bee on your manhood has the potential to enlarge it permanently. This, according to a new study by researchers.
Potential.
Would you like to work on this team?
Done away.
How do you test this one?
Now, according to a recent study, this method was used by the royals of the ancient Egypt to permanently enlarge their manhoods. Now, the
dedication to the
Egyptian
craft.
who discovered the method from the old Egyptian scripts made curious scientists want to know how it is possible. Now, a small study was conducted on 9 volunteers, different ethnicities,
Volunteers.
3 Asians, 3 Africans, and 3 Europeans.
Rockstar, get away from that hornet's nest again.
I'm trying, man.
John Corona, the leader of the bee sting to the manhood research, said he is
incorporated.
still shocked by the results.
I'm going to need one more on this side over here.
Now, John says his volunteers are all happy. Quote, only one African volunteer is having a hard time because his girl is now scared of his much bigger manhood, end quote.
What a great problem to have, huh? She's scared. Put it away. Put it away.
The gross size varies person by person, but believe me, some of the guys doubled up in length and girth, according to John.
Believe
now,
me.
the team said they are now working on whether they can extract whatever substance that causes this permanent reaction from bees so it can be sold over the counter.
We'll be doing commercials for him at some point, I am sure.
I hope they got a big budget.
Not me. I'm exclusive. That is Trash with LT, brought to you by.
Hey, there is no place like home, and nobody knows that better than Mortgage Right with locations nationwide. They are the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the skills and knowledge to move you in with confidence. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to start your home buying journey today in MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
It's the only job where you come home, Rockstar, and the wife says, "Do you have a hard day at work?" And he said, "Yes." And you say that in a good voice, a happy voice.
But you know, they pay these
Successful day.
participants of studies a certain amount of money. Hey, what would it cost to put your junk in a hornet's nest?
Infinite. There are not enough commas.
Yeah. Not something I'd want to volunteer to.
No. The whole volunteer part of that is what's fascinating.
Yeah. All right.
Sure, I'll do it.
Much more college football with Chris Doering at the top of the hour. He'll start hour number 4. Then we'll hear from Bryan Harsin, our on-campus drive-through. And then a special month ahead as we try to educate everyone watching us about a medical, really emergency that goes on this time of year. You need to pay attention in the final hour of the show right here on The Next Round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch. That's what you get at Walk-Ons. And now mix in the best atmosphere to watch live sports. Add that elite-level beer selection, and you've got a winner just off Highway 280 and 119. Happy hour at Walk-Ons is 2 to 6, Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Did you know 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer? September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the expert urologists at Urology Centers of Alabama are leading the way in diagnosing and treating men with prostate cancer. Early detection is the key to survival. Guys, if you're over 50, it's time to have your PSA levels checked. It only requires a simple blood test and physical exam. With 13 convenient locations, making an appointment is a no-brainer. Visit UrologyCentersAlabama.com or call 205-930-0920.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
This hour of the show being brought
I think so either, because I don't think Texas is going to have as much
for doing the horns down.
to be in Atlanta.
Yeah.
They don't even have to win it.
Do you think Texas gets to Atlanta by 2030?
Oh.
It's amazing that you've got a pause, though. You think about it.
Texas to Atlanta by 2030.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they will, but, I mean, you've got to pause, and just based on that program.
The first question I'm going to ask, if we're doing this geographically,
is how
is Alabama and Georgia going to be in the same division? Because if Alabama and Georgia's in the same division, odds just went up for Texas.
Well, they did, but Texas is going to be there with Oklahoma, and Texas can't beat Oklahoma.
Yeah, they beat them sometimes. They just don't beat them twice, which they've had to do in the past because of the Big 12 championship. But they beat them in the regular season sometimes. So if Alabama and Texas are in the same division, or the pods are compared, and that's how they get to Atlanta, whatever we're going to do in the future, then I think their chances are way down. But if Alabama and Georgia is placed in the other one, and it's Texas, Oklahoma, LSU, Texas A&M, I think Texas has a shot to get there by 2030.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, Oklahoma would obviously be the alpha there, and A&M and
8 years
LSU.
is a long time. I mean, 8 years is a long time for teams to go through different cycles, coaches to leave. You never know.
The other important part of that would be, where are they going to be aligned as far as a division? The other thing is it going to work out for Sark? And if it works out for Sark, they got a good shot. If it doesn't, then you got to reset again.
Right. And, boy, that's become the problem at places like USC, but really at Florida State, where they're already wanting another reset, and it's like 2 years and bring in another coach. You'll never have success doing that. All right, the sound back up. No, the Kegerator didn't cause it, though. It may have. That may be what we blame it on.
It did blow up, at least. You're still alive.
Before I ask a couple of questions from the chat room, including Heath's got a good one about the opening at USC, tell me about Michelson as they now start looking with clear eyes for a new coach.
Well, think about it. If you're looking up at a scoreboard, you're out at a local SEC stadium, and you have to squint to see the score, you might have a problem. Call our friends at Michelson Laser Vision, 205-969-8100, located UAB Highlands. Free consultation. I went in almost 20 years ago. I now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, 205-969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com, and make sure you tell them the next round sent you.
Keith says, LT, why would USC not look at Hugh Freeze? By the way, Liberty will be in the top 25 by the time they come to Birmingham.
I like Hugh Freeze a lot. Everywhere he has gone, he's had success. He's got a little bit of baggage. Doesn't bother me. I just don't think with USC's culture they're going to go with another hillbilly.
Wow. Another one? Who's the other one?
Clay Helton.
Clay Helton? I've never heard him sound like a hillbilly.
Oh, Lan, I think
he's folksy.
I think you're saying that's the way Los Angeles people
I think that's the way they perceive him, right? Yeah,
we don't percve Hugh Freeze.
But Hugh Freeze is the guy that, the guy that can eat corn through a picket fence.
Yeah, I could not imagine Hugh Freeze in L.A. I would have to agree with Lance. It does seem like a weird fit.
Hard to get a big bass fishing recruit there in Southern California.
Absolutely.
In the
but he's a great coach. I mean, look, I think Hugh Freeze could do a really good job there. Yeah. And they need somebody that will bend the rules a little bit.
We approach the top of the hour again. Chris Doering joins us from the SEC Network when the next round returns after this.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention next round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. After 40 years in business, Red Wing Shoes owner Steve Sikora has decided to give his stores a needed up-to-date look. The Hoover location now welcomes its customers to enjoy the ultimate fit experience. This updated showroom is now displaying the best Red Wing has to offer. Classic Pecos pull-ons, Red Wing heritage including the Iron Ranger, Irish Setter work, and trusted Basque outdoor footwear. And coming this September, the Trussville location will be moving down Highway 11 between Taco Mama and Metro Diner. Customers will love this updated cool look. Don't wait to visit the 2 new and exciting locations of Red Wing Shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Damn Hoodlum in the chat room says, you're right, LT. In L.A., they called Helton Gomer Pyle out there.
That's an old reference.
Again, Helton, one of the nicest guys in the world, but
he says that
would
make
folksy.
That'd make Hugh Freeze goober if he came out there. Finishing his joke in the chat room there. LTD and B with you on the next round from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, higher atop Blue Lakes, here off Highway 280 in Birmingham, Alabama. Chris Doering in just the second part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Nichols.
For camping and outdoor essentials and accessories, there is no better place to find it all than Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. Rooftop and ground tents, coolers and fridges, lighting equipment, and more. Nichols Outfitters is your answer. The best customer service staff in all Alabama. They'll help you make the most of the outdoors. Off exit 242 I-65 in Pelham. Visit them in store or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Chris Doering, SEC Network. He joins us right now to talk about everything going into the Southeastern Conference. But for us, that means Alabama and Florida this week. Chris, my man, welcome back to the show. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Good to be on with you, especially with this week at hand. I know it's one that, at least here in Gainesville, that folks have been looking for a long time, and to finally have it here is certainly exciting.
If I ask you the Florida offense, the way it looks right now, I'm sure you've gotten this question 100 times this week already. Which quarterback looks like it gives Florida the best chance to win? And I would accept both of them in your answer.
Well, I mean, here's the bigger question is what level of availability is Anthony Richardson going to have this week? I mean, we all saw that 80-yard run that culminated with a grabbing of the hamstring, and anybody that's ever pulled a hamstring before knows exactly what they saw when he reached back behind him and knows exactly what that feels like. So we're not talking about Tom Brady with a pulled hamstring. We're talking about an explosive Lamar Jackson-type player that is running around, that is explosive, that as soon as you try to put your foot in the ground and push off, it's going to grab that hamstring and potentially hurt it worse. So I'm not convinced that he's even able to play, and that's not from any information that I have from any Florida sources. That's just concern over what I saw. Now, with that being said, if he's 100% healthy, then I think you see a lot of the same rotation that you saw in the first 2 weeks. Nice complement of having Emory Jones as kind of the main guy and Anthony Richardson coming in certain situations to provide a little different look for the defenses. But I think one of the most difficult things that college coaches now have to navigate is managing rosters in general, but managing quarterbacks specifically, because we all know with the transfer portal, I mean, Kelly Bryant a few years ago saw what is possible and what guys will do. Derek King kind of the same way. Like, guys will leave in the middle of the season if you don't manage things properly, and we know with guys that run the football as much as Emory Jones and Anthony Richardson do, inevitably you're going to need both of those quarterbacks. So it is a balancing act. It's a great problem to have, but nonetheless, I'm sure it creates a little bit of anxiety for Dan Mullen.
Chris, away from the quarterbacks, and this might be difficult to answer because it was Florida Atlantic and South Florida, but what grade would you give the entirety of the Florida team outside of the quarterback position through 2 games?
Well, the things that I wanted to see heading into the season from Florida were better play in the run game, offensive line being able to open more holes and get more push up front, which they've done, over 700 yards rushing combined in the first 2 weeks of the season. And then a defensive line that could penetrate, be disruptive against the run, be able to rush the passer with just their front four, and they've done that as well. I mean, they had, I believe, 6 sacks in the first week, a bunch of tackles for loss last week against USF. The problem that I have in evaluating Florida as a whole is I just don't know how good those 2 teams are to really test Florida and see if what we're seeing is legitimate or if that's something that's a little bit of fool's gold. So right now I feel pretty good about where Florida is. I think questions, in addition to line of scrimmage play, were how do you replace the production at the receiver spot after losing Kadarius Toney and Kyle Pitts, 2 first-round draft picks. That has answered very well with Jacob Copeland's production and Xavier Henderson's production. Some other guys stepping up like Trent Whittemore and Jamarcus Weston. So they look good at the pass catcher positions. Secondary, looks like there's a lot of talent to complement Kyrie Elam. So right now I feel pretty good about it. But much like I look at Auburn, I just really don't know if what I'm seeing is legitimate or it has more to do with the competition they've played so far.
Chris Doering is with us on the Pepsi Hotline. The former Gator wide receiver is now on ESPN, the SEC Network, Sirius XM as well. You can follow him on Twitter at Chris Doering, on Instagram at CDoering28. Todd Grantham, I think, can be described. I don't know if stubborn is a good way of describing him. Do you think, based on what happened when these 2 teams met in Atlanta last year, where Florida could get almost no stops, do you think he changes his approach in this game at all, just based on that outcome last year?
No disrespect respect here, but can you name a defense that did get a stop against Alabama's offense last year? I mean, I don't.
Oddly, Missouri to start the season, and that was about it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's about it. But it was a tough task last year. It'll be a tough task this year. I do have some questions. Again, how much of what we saw against Miami in the first half is legitimate as well? I mean, obviously the competition against the Hurricanes is better than probably FAU and USF was for Florida, but subsequently watching them struggle with Appalachian State on Saturday leads me to believe that maybe Miami's not quite as good either. I still think this is a dangerous position for Alabama coming into a hostile environment like this. Bryce Young, although he looked very mature in that first start against Miami, it was kind of Alabama's home away from home in Atlanta. It'll be a much different reception from Florida's faithful on Saturday at 3:30. I do think it's going to be a little bit more challenging, but inevitably, I think if you're going to beat Alabama, it's not so much about your defense as it is about your offense. And the two teams that probably played Alabama the toughest last year were Florida in the SEC championship game and Ole Miss, two teams that had the ability to score with Alabama for the most part. So I go back to what I talked about LSU in 2019, what I talked about Alabama in 2020, and probably what I project Alabama to be in 2021 is a team that puts pressure not only on the opposing defense to get stops, but on the opposing offenses to be able to hold serve and score not field goals every time you touch the ball, but score touchdowns to match the production they're going to have on offense.
Away from the Alabama-Florida game, around the SEC, Texas A&M is not looking the part right now of a playoff contender. Are you worried about the Aggies?
I am very worried about the Aggies, although I was not necessarily as high on the Aggies as a lot of people were in the offseason. I think now, it looks a little bit embarrassing to me that A&M was calling Alabama out as much as they were in the offseason. I don't think they're ready for a lot of the teams in the SEC. They certainly didn't look ready for Colorado for the majority of that game on Saturday. The things that I was not buying in the offseason that everybody was trying to sell me were first and foremost, hey, we lose 4 starters from that offensive line that was so good last year, but it's not going to hurt us at all. We're not going to miss a beat. We've recruited really well at the position. Those guys are going to step in, and the offense is going to maintain that MO of being physical and running the football downhill. Well, that didn't happen on Saturday. They rushed for less than 100 yards against Colorado. They had some protection issues in the passing game, so I'm concerned about that. But the other thing I look at, too, I know, Calzada stepping in and trying to get his feet underneath him was a little bit of a challenge, and certainly he had his moments of being errant throwing the football. But I look at the tape, and what Colorado decided to do, they played single high safety. They got an extra safety down in the box to run support, and they played a lot of press coverage against the wide receivers on the outside. And those guys could not separate at all. I mean, so you can look at Calzada, maybe some issues he had throwing the football, but the receivers did not make it easy on him. Those guys have got to find a way to separate more, because if you go back and look at the box score, the top receivers for A&M on Saturday were 2 running backs and a tight end. Those guys were the ones that were catching the majority of the passes, particularly late in the game. There was nobody at the wide receiver spot that was stepping up, so that's a concern for me as well.
One of the more intriguing teams to me now in the SEC is Kentucky. Liam Cohen coming in, calling these plays. They've got a quarterback that's got a ton of confidence in Levis. You've got weapons in Rodriguez and Robinson. They're always going to play really good defense under Stoops. It was a tremendous game on Saturday night against Missouri. Kentucky becomes a really dangerous team now. Do you agree?
I love Kentucky. I love this team for the last few years. I've been leading the bandwagon for a while in terms of what Coach Stoops was building there. And it's finally all coming together. They got that final piece that they needed, which was a complement to the great run game that they've had. They were miserable last year throwing the football. Coach Stoops made a very difficult personal decision to let his good friend Eddie Gran go in favor of going out and getting somebody that could teach and call the passing game a little bit better to keep up with the rest of the offenses in the conference. And that's exactly what we saw. In week 1 against ULM, a lot of the play-action passes on first down, taking shots down the field. Wan'Dale Robinson has been an absolute blessing for them in terms of coming to this league and the production he's had through 2 weeks. But the interesting thing to me, guys, was when it was nut-cutting time, so to speak, they went back to who they are, and that's running the football. 52 rushes against Missouri to only 18 passes. You're not going to be able to take that physical run presence out of that team, and I love the way that they just imposed their will on Missouri, particularly, as the game wore on. Now, they still have some issues. Turning the football over right before halftime, could have been a game killer for them. Giving up 9 of 12 on third downs could have been a killer for them. But different from what we've seen traditionally. And a lot of Kentucky football fans will tell you they are always waiting for that next shoe to drop, like inevitably something bad is going to happen that's going to prevent them from winning the big game. They tried to shoot themselves in the foot a number of times, but in the end they found a way to win the football game. And I think that speaks to the growth and what Coach Stoops calls expanded capacity for what this program is about now. And they're continuing, in my opinion, to be a team that's on an upward trajectory.
Hey, by the way, as a father of a 16-year-old, we've lost the phrase nut cutting time. I said that the other day to him, and he had no idea what I was talking about.
It's a great phrase. Like I've been saying nut cutting a lot, which I don't know if I can say that on the television. I haven't said it there yet, but I also said emasculating, which I think is a very descriptive term, which we saw a couple of teams do. I thought Arkansas emasculated Texas the other day, and much of the same with Kentucky doing that to Missouri's defense.
Yeah, I would agree. I like emasculate. That's a very good word.
Feel free to use it going forward.
That is the type of education you get at the University of Florida when you're Chris Doering, at Chris Doering on Twitter. See him on the SEC Network, ESPN, and hear him on Sirius XM. Thank you, Chris. Great talking with you as always.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, Chris Doering was on the Pepsi hotline. It obviously goes back to farming. What?
Oh boy, had to go.
Yeah, well, we
did. I wanted to ask him one more question.
Well, we told him we'd keep him to 10, and we were at 12.
Okay, I didn't know that.
He had a meeting, I think.
What was your question?
Well, the question, I mean, this is pretty obvious. In the locker room, they think they're going to win this game, the Florida players. I just wanted the Florida fan base going into that game, into the swamp. Look, and we saw, when you're just talking about Vegas numbers, the numbers almost identical what we had with Ohio State in Columbus against Oregon to what you've got Alabama going into Gainesville. Do you think Florida fans going into this game think they're going to beat Alabama?
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. Doering, by the way, on the Pepsi hotline.
He was on the Pepsi hotline. I did want to finish because it does have an interesting meaning. This is when ranchers would have to decide, am I going to castrate the bull?
Right. Or am I going
to let him grow up and run the ship
and make other bulls,
run the ranch,
other cows?
That's right. And at some point you had to pick. There was only room for so many bulls, Lance. You can't have everybody being a bull.
Those bulls, that's a sweating moment for those guys.
I mean, well, not if you've done your work.
Have you heard yet? No, man, what are you talking about? Well, I think today's today.
Yeah. It was always my favorite episode of Hard Knocks.
I mean, it is.
I'm going to need you to bring your
playbook.
Oh,
here he comes with those hedge clippers.
That's probably for you, Phil.
God,
right.
what a shitty job having to do the nut cutting.
Yeah, it's a rough day on the farm right there. All right, time for the lock, and then we'll get into LT's conversation. It's brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis and the guys there. If you need a professional plumber, always have one on standby for your residential or for your business, whether it's a drip, a clog, or your jetter service. They do it all at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing.
Terrible day yesterday. Just being completely transparent with you. We had a 5-1 NFL going into last night. We had the Ravens. How did you guys feel with the Ravens up 14-0?
Oh, I felt the game was over.
Game was over.
Yeah, and Derek Carr had not looked good.
Barkley, by the way, back to the first segment of the show, picked the Raiders.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
I'm taking your Nationals, though, Brown. 6:05 first pitch tonight. Your Nationals are minus 140. This number has dropped, which scares me a little bit.
One of the better AAA teams playing right now.
Yeah, playing the Marlins. I had your Nationals last night, loser. But I am playing the Nationals again tonight, minus the 140.
Yeah,
bounce back for me.
That is the lock of the day with the lock lights going off, and it's brought to you by our friends at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing, 205-516-4927, 205-516-4927, or ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it.
You mentioned Barkley, one of the funniest moments real quick when they had Travis Kelce on. I don't know if you guys are watching. But Peyton says, Travis, I'm just curious, with you guys playing the Ravens next week, do you watch Monday Night Football and just try to, kind of break down what's going on? And Kelce goes, yeah, I watch, next week we're playing, who are we playing? Is it the Chargers? And Eli even says, I can tell you're real dialed in and worried about it.
And then when Peyton let him go, he said, hey, make sure you show up next week.
Yeah, show up. Make sure you go to Baltimore.
All right. 15 after, when we come back, our on-campus drive-through with Bryan Harsin. We'll let LT also get to the point he wanted to get to. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's, where if you're looking for a wonderful gift this holiday season, that silver box is the way to go.
Yes, Dunaway, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our fine folks at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836, Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms of the Birmingham area. Go see our friends today at Bromberg's. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. This is Jim Dunaway, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. There is hope, and it starts by calling my friend Perry Cronin with Axiom Tax Resolution Group. Let me explain 2 things. 1, the IRS is starting to take the gloves off again post-pandemic. That means they are getting more aggressive with their collection efforts. Don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin today. The second thing is this. Don't call some national 1-800 number. This is too important for you to be just some other number. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right in our area. You'll meet with them face to face and they'll give you a free consultation. Call 205-872-1100. That's 205-872-1100. Or the website 205tax.com. Perry Cronin can show you there's hope when dealing with the IRS. Visit 205tax.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at lanceslock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at lanceslock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to lanceslock.com and get on board with us.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111.
LT will finish his thought from the last segment, and we'll head down on campus after I tell you about our friends at Wayne's. I got Wayne's coming out to my new place Thursday afternoon. They are the exclusive provider for all of us here on the next round, and a world-class service that they've been providing you since 1973. If you're not a Wayne's customer, come join us at Wayne's. They've been doing it better than anybody else since 1973, serving over 100,000 families all across the next round area. Whether you're watching or listening to us in Knoxville or in Nashville, Tuscaloosa, or Auburn, they provide residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. And right now, the EnviroPest service, the way you get started as a Wayne's member, you can get that with $60 off your initial EnviroPest treatment by using the promo code TNR. It's our initials, the next round. So the promo code TNR, use that at checkout. TNR, save $60 on your initial EnviroPest service. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Come join us for the best in the business, and they'll make your lawn look great. They'll take care of all your pests at home and make sure they're not pestering you anymore. It's Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1. You were saying.
No, well, look, we see massive upsets week in, week out in college football. I mean, Jack State just knocked off Florida State. Week 1, Montana knocks off Washington. We saw Oregon. Nobody believed that they could roll in, especially without Thibodeau, and beat Ohio State as 14.5-point underdogs. They controlled that entire game. Now you've got Alabama as a 15.5-point favorite going to the Swamp to take on a Florida team that looks, I don't know, 80, 70% of what you saw from Florida last year, maybe. Doering brings up the point, we really don't know what Miami is. Now, Alabama completely dominated that game. They looked flawless in that game. There were some hiccups against Mercer, but they came out flat. Do you believe that Florida fans think they've got a legitimate shot at beating Alabama?
I think they do. I think Florida fans, because of what happened under Urban Meyer and a little bit back to the Spurrier days, believe they belong in the conversation with the Alabamas of the world. It's not the case anymore, but they believe they belong there, and I think they got a chance. They think they have a chance to win this game. That's why it's a hard sellout. I mean, sellout, yes. Hard sellouts, those are different. And our men at ATIX will tell you this is a hard sellout. You look at the VRBO, the Airbnbs that are rentals are going on. Ross Dellinger, Sports Illustrated, was trying to get one. $4,000, $3,000, $2,500 for the weekend in Gainesville and the surrounding areas. This is a hard ticket, tough place to go for fans this weekend, and it's because the Florida fans believe they can win.
You know, you guys asked after week 1, was that Kirby's biggest win over Clemson? And a lot of people had it in the conversation as a top 3. I know Dan Mullen has beaten Georgia. He's gotten to an SEC championship game. This might be his biggest win, though.
Yeah, I mean, you beat the number 1 team on your own campus, yeah.
Well, it's the game that haunted him at Mississippi State.
It is, these types of wins, and he's already had one chance to go up against Alabama, and the SEC championship game did not go well. So, well, I mean, I say that. They played Alabama about as close as anybody did. I mean, had a chance, to maybe to win that game. But, yeah, to beat the number 1 team on your campus, it's always going to be a huge win.
Always be big. Let's speak it on campus. Let's go on campus now. Thanks to our friends at Hamburger Heaven. Bryan Harsin's best of his news conference yesterday. We bring you Nick Saban live on Monday. Bryan Harsin does his after our show's over with. So we give you a recap today thanks to Pete and the guys at Hamburger Heaven.
Yeah, since 1982, Hamburger Heaven, serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh, prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each day for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Concern for Auburn is what bothered them at times last year under Gus Malzahn. And, Bryan Harsin, you saw a little bit of it early on against Alabama State. It's a focus thing, whether it's at quarterback or anywhere else, offensive line, anywhere else. And Bryan Harsin talked early in his news conference about a lack of focus.
Just from a focus standpoint, like you got to have yourself ready to play. I don't care if it's 11 a.m., 6 o'clock, it doesn't matter. you can do anything for 4 hours, and you know, it just goes back to like what matters. You know, what's the most important thing? You know, were our smoothies, were they cold enough, you know, that morning? I have no idea. I mean, it's just sometimes we focus on things that don't matter, and really we need to be focused on our execution and even coming out of halftime. So they get a bloop on us right out of halftime, and our defense bails us out. So we weren't focused on that. So and those are things that we've hit and covered. Obviously not very well. I mean, it wasn't like there was anything magical that happened at halftime that we haven't talked about day in and day out. And at some point, we're going to have to remember some of those things that happened to us and actually do them again the next day and do them again because they've been emphasized, and make sure that somehow along the way we don't forget the most obvious things that are going to help us play good football.
And I do think that if this team is focused and they dot their I's and cross their T's, they got a chance to win this game.
Look, it's a really good defense. And, again, it's hard to get sample size based on the two opponents Auburn has played up until this point. But we thought coming in to this year, Derek Mason would have this defense locked in. So I think the defense will keep them in this game. Tank Bigsby is a legitimate star. I wonder where he got the smoothie analogy from.
I'm sure you heard it. You don't just throw that out there, do you? Somebody was complaining about smoothies, I'm sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the temperature right there. Yeah. They're on the road at Happy Valley, and this is, you know, we asked Bo, I didn't, LT asked Bo yesterday, Bo Nix, about the difference between Jordan Hare and on the road for him. It's a challenge, but Bryan Harsin has a philosophy when it comes to hitting the road.
On the road, I think, just like at home, we talked about it, we can't simulate, you know, what happens at home, and there's an energy and an excitement, and I think this is part of, you know, what makes college football and just football in general so special is you get to play in environments like that. Embrace it. Be a guy that embraces that. You know, enjoy the opportunity to play in somebody else's house and to go in there and play good football. And so, you know, to me, it's more really about the mindset that you take into the week and what you have as you look forward to playing on the road and somewhere else. It really starts upstairs, and that's not going to be an excuse for us. We're not going to let that be, and we're not going to make any excuses throughout the week. We'll have all the opportunities to prepare ourselves properly, and if we do that right, then it's just a matter of getting out there and playing, enjoying the environment, enjoying the opportunity to be in somebody's house, and then going out there and executing what we need to do.
Yeah, I've always been amazed, Brown, at how many athletes we have on who talk about the joy they have of playing well and beating somebody else at their place.
Yeah, you always hear the same things, too, is that it's fun to quieten the crowd when a crowd's fired up, and it's fun to kind of find your fans in the stadium and develop that us against the world attitude. Like, you know, we're outnumbered and it's us against the world, and you just believe, you start to believe in that.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately, we haven't been around the Big Ten and seen some of these good venues. You know, outside of the SEC, I would say the Big Ten's got the best venues in all of college football. We had Tom Luginbill on from ESPN earlier, and he said outside of Penn State, the only one that compares is Wisconsin. So can you imagine early on if Bigsby took 180 yards and you've got the White House and then you jump on it? I think that is important. Auburn gets off to that early, fast start.
And a lot of that starts with the quarterback, and here's Bryan Harsin on the responsibility that Bo Nix has this week.
To me, that's the thing about the quarterback position is it's not just on game day. You know, if you don't have a good Tuesday, it really affects everybody on the offensive side of the ball. So you got to be on. Like there's really – you know, there's no days off at quarterback. Like, you got to be on every day of the week so that we can get the reps and the looks and the right speed and all the things that we have to do to get our offense prepared to go play the way we want to on Saturday, and that starts with the quarterback. And so no different. Focus, preparation, mentality, handling adversity, responding properly. You know, those are all the things that our quarterback has to do to be able to go on the road and win a game.
Yeah, and a lot of people have said it all week long. This game starts and probably ends with Bo Nix and Tank Bigsby.
Well, I mean, like Lance talked about, the road and home numbers are impossible to ignore. Now, Bo put that in perspective. He's like, look, some of those home teams, you know, Alabama was one of them. Georgia was one of them. A&M, I mean, they were all highly
LSU,
ranked.
all top 5.
Yeah, I mean, they were all really, really good teams. I mean,
now, South Carolina is the outlier, you know, and I don't know what kind of excuse you make from that. That's just, you know, one of those off days. And you brought up Dunaway, if he plays like he played in his first ever collegiate game against Oregon, I think they've got a good shot of winning this game.
Yeah, it's good enough to win this game. Yeah, good enough to win this game. One more. Tank Bigsby's a star, best player on the field. Bryan Harsin knows that. It's important to maybe work this offense through Tank.
One of the things about Tank, I enjoyed him, from the day I met him. And I think he cares tremendously. I think he works hard. I think he wants to be very, very good. I really like his practice habits. I think that's been one thing that he's displayed consistently is, he goes hard at practice. He runs hard. In this last game, there was a couple runs. He really finished. He accelerated at the end of his run. He put his pads down, and he went and got 2.5, 3 more yards on a run, and just. You add that up, the amount of times that we're able to do that and finish like that obviously helps us. So I think those things are what I've seen from him.
Yeah, and those are the things that win big games like this on the road. Those extra hard-fought 2 yards, 3 yards. You don't think it's a big play at the time. It ends up being a big play in the football game, just fighting and falling forward.
Well, the good news is through 2 games, they haven't had to use them a whole lot either. For instance, like Chris Rodriguez is by far and away the leading rusher in the SEC right now. He's averaging 23 carries per game for Kentucky. They're using him a lot. Tank Bigsby is still, I know we're early in the season, so everybody seems fresh, but he's only been 12 carries a game.
I think that's a great number, though. If I put total touches for Tank at 23.5.
That's a lot.
Total touches counting catches, I would take.
Here's why
slightly under, but a lot.
I think I would take the over.
It gets to 20.
Mm-hmm. But that tells me you've not abandoned the run, which is really good news for Auburn if you get to that number.
And I want to see how involved Hunter's going to be, which you assume he will be.
Yeah, but if Tank touches it 23.5 times, I think they've won the football game because that means they're running the football and working that clock a little bit. So that's probably a pretty good sign for Auburn. It's a good sign. For us, anytime we get to the on-campus every year, thanks to our friends at Hamburger Heaven, that means it's another game week for Auburn as they all pack up the orange and blue and head to Happy Valley.
We had a bunch of those club sandwiches delivered from Pete and the guys at Hamburger Heaven yesterday. Since 1982, Hamburger Heaven serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, fries, milkshakes, and, of course, those sandwiches that I just mentioned, always fresh, never frozen. The burgers are hand-patted each day for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood. It's Hamburger Heaven.
One interesting note about this game is James Franklin. We have an old saying in our show called "franning it up."
Correct.
It goes back to the old Dennis Franchione Iron Bowl game where he was in discussion with Texas A&M and didn't put a lot of effort into coaching his team. It's not to that point yet, but James Franklin's name will be mentioned for this USC job. It was thrown out there in several articles yesterday. Anybody want to take a guess of his buyout?
Oh, Franklin's buyout. I will say, Helton's buyout was $12 million at USC. I'll say Franklin's is more. I'll say $15 million.
I'm going to say it's low since you brought it up, 6.5.
Give me what you think it is. Don't try to play mind games.
8.4.
It is $4 million. That's it.
Pocket change.
It is nothing.
Yeah,
$4 million is
Do you really
nothing.
want him, though?
Well, that's what you have to determine. But if you do, that is nothing in today's age.
I'd take the combination of James Franklin, the recruiter, and Joe Moorhead, the play caller.
Yeah, a couple of more sponsors, and we may be able to buy him out of that contract, right?
Are you that interested?
Would we want James Franklin over on that couch?
Well, you're talking a lot of sponsors, don't we? A lot of sponsors.
All right. When we come back, we've got a discussion about one of the more important health problems that men can face. We'll talk about that in the final segment. Who got a phone call about the USC job and what they said about it? That's all still to come on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Win your tailgates this year with Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Fresh to order and worth the wait, you can dine in or use their call-ahead drive-thru. At Champy's, you get southern staples like chicken on a stick and Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales. They're the best I've ever tasted. See it all online or order at champyschicken.com. You can mix it up with po' boys, tenders, and those full fried chicken plates. Right on Highway 119 in Alabaster, it's fresh and worth the drive on your way to the beach or the big game. Order online right now at champyschicken.com. ERA King real estate agents are out there every day working hard to make home buying easy. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I know firsthand ERA King's commitment is to support them with the most innovative training and technology available. So even though home values may change, ERA King agents stay priceless. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's 35260 to get started. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
The season for golf is far from over. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Make sure you take advantage of the great weather heading our way at Ballantrae Golf Club, 620-GOLF, 620-4653. It's also never too late to fix your game. The Thompson School of Golf is based there at Ballantrae. They can help you as well. 620-GOLF for a tee time, 620-4653. 18 championship holes of golf at Ballantrae, always in fantastic shape, and it is so easy to get to. They treat you like family there at Ballantrae. Take it from me, I love the game. 620-GOLF, 620-4653.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
We'll chat about the USC job in our final segment coming up, our last big thing. We've talked about it throughout the show. It is a big part of what is going on in college football this month, but it's not the only big thing going on. We got a special guest in studio, LT.
Yeah, Dunaway. September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and the physicians at Urology Centers of Alabama want you to know the facts. There's a lot of facts out there. That's why we've got Dr. Michael Bivens from the Urology Centers of Alabama in studio. It's the first lab coat we've had in studio, Dunaway. Looks very formal.
You don't know what I do after hours up here, man. You don't know.
Dr. Bivens, thanks for coming by. I mean, look, this is an important month. The awareness is key, and I was looking at some of the numbers that Marcy sent over. 248,000 and change estimated new cases in the United States in 2021, and 4,000 of those cases right here in the state of Alabama.
Yeah, it seems to be a hub here in Alabama. I think when you look at other disease processes, it's consistent with some of the other bad diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, and what have you. One of the issues that we run into is are we really catching all the cases? And that sometimes can be scary. And we try to provide screening out there in these tough-to-get areas that don't have good healthcare processes. So that's the one thing that we're worried about. Are we actually diagnosing everybody?
Yeah, and that's so important. This is one of those treatable diseases that if we catch it early, and the opportunity to be screened is how you catch this early, right?
Absolutely. And, speaking of screening, it's basically a simple process. You come in, you get an exam, and you get a blood test. And so the blood test is called a PSA, and we want it in a certain range. And then I'll tell your audience, just so they'll know, we always state, know your PSA. And for men that are under 70, we want it 2.5 or less. If it's greater than 2.5, then you need to seek your health care. And a simple digital exam takes about 10 seconds. And those are the things that can save lives.
Yeah, I would tell you, because I'm not 20 years old anymore. That is something that it's in my family. It's in my family tree.
Sure.
Is this something that is generational, that if my dad and my granddad had it, it's likely I'm going to deal with it too?
And that's an excellent question. So yes and yes. Well, yes, you are at risk.
Yes.
We know that this is a sort of a genetic disease. It does travel in families. If you have a family member, a first-degree family member, such as your brother or your father, then you add 3 times the risk of getting it yourself. So that is very critical that you get screened. Also, high risk are going to be African Americans. They're at 2 times the risk of developing prostate cancer. So we try to make sure that those men, we get the word out, in particular to those groups, and we want to get those men in and get them in early to get them screened.
September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month here on the next round, letting everyone know about that. The physicians at Urology Centers of Alabama want you to know the facts. The scary thing about cancer is a lot of times early on there's no symptoms. What about prostate cancer?
Yeah, no, and in particular, that's even more pronounced in prostate cancer. Sometimes, if you take other cancers that we look at, that we know that are very pronounced, such as your lung, you got blood when you're coughing, colon, blood in your stool, bladder, blood in the urine. Prostate cancer, you're just trucking along doing your normal activity. And that's why the screening process is important. Because if you don't have a cancer that's going to tell you it's there early, then we have to go look for it to make sure that you don't have it, so that we can screen you, we can diagnose you, and we can cure you.
A lot of the guys who are watching us right now, they're at the stadium. Yeah. They go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
They come back. By the time they get their seats, oh, man, I got to go to the bathroom again. Is that an indicator that you could be having a prostate problem or no?
So it's an indicator you could be having a prostate problem, but not cancer. That's interesting because, a lot of men, as they get older, their prostate gland will grow and get larger. And what happens, that blocks off the flow of urine. That's a benign process. And we don't take that lightly either. That's something that needs to be treated, because what happens in that situation is most men are not getting sleep. And it affects every other area of their life. So, that disease, and that's called BPH, benign prostatic hypertrophy or hyperplasia, which means a large prostate. So that can be treated. Men can get rest, and, they can function well throughout the day. However, cancer doesn't have any symptoms. And so those things can be confusing. If you sit around waiting on symptoms of cancer, then it's too late.
Yeah.
And so that's why the screening process for cancer is very critical.
Well, hey, look, you're a big proponent. You've been very vocal. You're very active on this cause. And I think we got a video. Forrester's going to pull this up.
Yeah.
Start strong. You actually sat down with Grant Hill.
Yeah.
One of the greatest to ever play the game.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's behind this as well.
Yeah, interesting. He's a great guy. And, he just kind of took it on. He doesn't have it in his family, but, he decided that, he is a part owner of the Atlanta Falcons and Atlanta Hawks. And that was one of their public services they were going to do, is trying to get the word out for, in particular, African Americans. They have a strong African American population in Atlanta, and so they wanted to get the word out. So he's been very, very supportive of prostate cancer, seeking screening, treatment, and what have you. So it was good working with him.
Yeah. So there are people that are watching or listening to us right now, or will see this on any of our replays, that may not have access to screenings or treatment, and this is the month that we are really highlighting the ability to get some screenings done.
Look, and everybody says, man, I ain't got time for it. Look, if you're a husband, if you're a dad, if you're a brother, if you're a friend, you owe it to someone to get screened today. And you guys, you make it pretty simple. You can visit urologycentersalabama.com or call to just get information or to book that screening, 205-930-0920. That's 205-930-0920. We appreciate everything you guys do. Appreciate the support here on the next round.
Thank you.
Did you and Grant go one-on-one? Did y'all play a little hoop before that photo, for that shoot?
I still think he can take me.
He still looks like he can play.
Yeah, I think I can steal on him when he's not looking, and then just quit. Get him up 1-0, and then just quit. But he looks like in pretty good shape.
Yeah, you're an Alabama guy, so Grant's probably the only Duke player I ever really liked. There are not many Duke players I ever liked.
Are you concerned Alabama loses a game in the regular season?
Football-wise.
Yeah, football-wise. Got a big game against Florida this week in Gainesville.
You got a real question?
Oh.
Have you seen those guys?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I mean, based on what I've seen and based on the rest of college football, we've been talking about it. Looks like Georgia and Alabama could go 1-2 until they play in the SEC championship.
He's got a lab coat on. It's a new segment right there.
Smartest guy to ever be in our studio.
By the way, I did this for you guys. Okay, I'm just like I don't even wear lab coats.
That's okay.
I'm going to look.
I like the
at least
look.
look to work today. Look to roll today.
Yeah, you look good. Rockstar plays doctor a lot in the studio for us.
Hey-o.
All right. That's the doc, and we appreciate everybody from our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama for helping us launch this, and we're so happy to get the word out during this special month. You'll see us wearing this all month long right here on the show. We're back in a moment right here on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here for the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLive Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLive Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLive, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLive Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's, headquartered in Birmingham. They are committed to providing world-class service every time since 1973, serving over 100,000 families from businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville, providing residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services. Put in promo code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service, 866-WAYNES1.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
All right, final segment of the show today brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. We tell you about Mortgage Right all the time. First, start with the fact that good UAB guys right here, UAB football players who had to be really disappointed with the way the Blazers played in Athens.
Yeah,
they were.
Hey, look, if you're sick of leasing your life away, Mortgage Right, they've got the cure with locations nationwide. Our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239 equal housing lender.
Brown, if you'll pull up Dennis Dodd's story, let's just bounce through some other names out there. We've hit a lot on James Franklin with only the $4 million buyout, Bob Stoops and Chris Peterson, who have jobs there, Mario Cristobal, who is the hot coach in the Pac-12 right now and has been killing USC in places, some individual recruiting battles. Other names that are out there, one of them that's loosely mentioned right now is Bill O'Brien, the OC at Alabama. He'll be a head coach, maybe even after this year when it's all said and done. I don't know if it'll be USC, but it'll be somewhere. Or at least he'll have the opportunity to do it, much like Sark did after the first year. He may want to hang around one more year and pick and choose his job. Give me some other names that are easy to think about for this USC
Well, here's
job.
Dennis Dodd, CBS Sports. Lance is the resident USC fan, so give me your let's do a 1 to 10. 10 being thrilled to have this guy, 1 being no thanks. All right, you give me your 1 to 10. Luke Fickell, Cincinnati.
I'll go 5. I think Fickell's a really good coach, but I think it's a good fit where he is. He's an Ohio guy. He can recruit well there. I just don't see him coming West Coast. I think that program just kind of like, and I know this was early in Luke Fickell's day, Ohio State swallowed him whole.
Right.
Just still don't know. USC just doesn't seem like a fit.
He has grown a lot since then, but 6 kids in the Ohio school system right now. Does he want to move to Los Angeles? And what has happened to Cincinnati over the last month?
Well, they've gotten swallowed up by the Big 12.
Yeah, they're now going to be a Power 5 school, so you don't have to leave anymore to
I don't think he'd take the
to
job.
be in the Power 5. Maybe not.
I didn't know he had 6 kids. Bob Stoops, Oklahoma.
That's a 10.
That's a 10.
I know he's 61. He's been away from the game. He seems re-energized. He is a guy that, I mean, look, he only won 1 national championship, but we hadn't seen one in Oklahoma since.
And that was a miracle.
How was it a miracle?
Well, they held Florida State to 2
points, yeah.
To 2 points.
They
That's
only
a
scored
miracle.
like
It was a
13
good
themselves.
defense.
Yeah, it was a really good defense. Steve Spurrier would have no national championships if it wasn't for Bob Stoops, the defensive coordinator.
Yeah. And by the way, they've got the same amount of national championships.
Matt Campbell, Iowa State.
I'll put that at like a 7 or 8. I don't think it's a great fit, but I think he's a really good coach.
Why? Because he's at Iowa State and it doesn't seem metropolitan?
Well, it's not metropolitan.
It's not that. First of all, I don't know if he would take the job, which sounds crazy. I think he would.
He turned down the Lions.
I know. Yeah. I mean, he's making a lot of money in Ames. And, the expectation, as long as he wins 7 or 8 games a year there, he's fine. Again, he's got kids. Do you want to uproot them? Do you want to remove them to L.A.? I mean, that's a huge decision. He's a really good coach, so I would go 7 or 8.
I've got a friend of mine that is from Iowa and really likes this program. He's not like an Iowa State fan. He listens to the show. He's frequently gotten frustrated at Lance and how Lance describes Ames.
Right.
He'll text me. He's like, Lance doesn't know what he's talking about with Ames. He's never been to Ames.
I've been
It's a
to
good
all
town.
over Iowa. I've never been to Ames, and I want to go.
Okay. But even he texted me, and he said, Matt Campbell for this job. He's maxed out at Iowa State. He's done all he can.
That's right. He cannot do any more there. And though Cincinnati's upgrading to the Big 12, Iowa State is sort of downgraded by staying in the Big 12 because it's not the same conference it was when he was there. It's a good time for him to leave. I think he's a more proven, and listen to me, I know he hasn't won the conference championship, but to me, he's a more proven Pat Fitzgerald.
Oh, look, I would rather have him over Pat Fitzgerald,
I would too.
over Mario Cristobal. I know you'll get to him. Matt Campbell, the only reservation I've got is watching the offense. It's more old school. You've got...
Isn't that what USC wants, though? All the old school USC people want student body right, body left?
They talked about that on the broadcast Saturday night. You want to be able to get those short yards, old school USC, but still, in today's football, you want that high octane offense, especially with the skill guys that you can recruit in California. When I watch it, it's Charlie Kohler at tight end, it's Breece Hall, it's Brock Purdy, a quarterback that really has regressed. But I do like Matt Campbell a lot.
James Franklin, Penn State, he's been asked about it today. Read between the lines. We love playing read between the lines. In his weekly news conference, talking about Auburn, of course, he's asked point blank about this. Quote, as you guys know, I can't stand any form of distractions. So I'll discuss this today with the Leadership Council so we can make sure all of our energy is on preparation with Auburn, and that's how we'll handle it.
Yeah.
That is far from a, hey, listen, there is no reason to ask me about this. I am not going to be the coach.
I think he'd take the job. I think he'd take it in a second.
He had a chance to say that and didn't say it, did he?
To me, a 6, though. I've seen James Franklin had really good years at Vanderbilt based on Vanderbilt's history, winning 9 games there multiple times. The offenses were never good, and they never beat anyone. He had a really good team that won the Big Ten at Penn State, but again, that was with Joe Moorhead as his offensive coordinator. His offenses are difficult to watch outside of Joe Moorhead, the 2 years, 16 and 17.
I would lose a long ago made, the second longest running state bet we have right now if Franklin takes the USC job.
What is the state bet?
We made it a long time ago. And when I read these names, you'll realize how long it goes. I got to pick 3 coaches, and only one of them at their current job would get the team they were with to the college football playoffs.
Oh, I remember this.
One of them was Steve Sarkeesian at USC.
That's how long ago.
That's how long ago this was.
I would rather lose the stake than Franklin take the job. Now, I would rather Franklin have the job than Cristobal, but I'd rather lose the stake.
The other name was Charlie Strong, and I think we made this bet the day he took the Texas job. And then James Franklin at Penn State's the only one I've got hanging around trying to get that. And who would have ever thought that Sark and USC and Strong in Texas would not make it to the playoffs? I know it's easy in hindsight.
Yeah. Based on what Lance just said, this is going to be less than a 10, Mario Cristobal.
I would go 5. His ability to recruit is there. He might be getting better in big games. If he brings Joe Moorhead, again, I'd take him.
I'll go Reese Davis. We have to move through these quickly.
Yeah, we got a minute left.
These picks.
1 minute.
Chris Peterson, Boise State.
That would be a 9.
Oh, a 9. That's the only thing close to Bob Stoops.
Peterson wanted out of coaching. I don't see him wanting to get back in.
Interesting name, Kyle Whittingham, Utah.
4.
Okay. Thought it was an interesting name. Obviously not.
I would take Greg Schiano over
Whittingham's
Kyle
a Utah guy, too.
The last one Dennis Dodd throws in there is Urban Meyer. If Urban Meyer were willing, that'd be a 10. So your 2 10s are Bob Stoops and Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer's got him in a college football playoff for 2 years.
Give me somebody off the list that you think would be a good hire.
It's so hard right now. There are just no obvious guys out there.
Well, maybe we'll come up with one. Fun show today. We appreciate everybody being a part of it. Don't forget, the replay starts on the app momentarily. You can always go back and watch old shows on YouTube, and we appreciate you guys watching and downloading everything at nextroundlive.com. For the whole crew, I'm Jim Dunaway. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Jim Dunn.